canale YouTube di Pomsym aperto, cioè di
Vedi?
abilitato.
Non appare niente ancora.
No, forse devo un attimo poi non è atteso. Live. Niente.
Non è che se non, anche se facciamo, sì, forse perché è stato programmato alle 10.
Partirà alle 10, può essere.
Vedi
Però
su,
qua dice live, quindi sta andando in diretta.
tu da dove hai visto? Da
Da
YouTube?
YouTube, sì.
Vai su invece Facebook, vedi un po' che cosa succede lì.
Sempre abilitata?
Sì.
Live, mi dice.
Ah, qui si sente. Va bene, si sente bene? Si sente? Prova 1, 2, 3, prova.
No, sta andando un po' in...
Vabbè, certo. Ma che dici, lo posso riprendere adesso, poi faccio termine?
Io lo lascerei.
Ah, lasciamo, dai, tanto chi se ne frega.
Tanto bisogna vedere se penso sospensione del PC. Ci siamo? 11:27. Per oggi è tutto ok. Sì.
Non è venuto nessuno per quello di domani.
Sì, qualcuno sì, ma due, tre. Però, quindi Zevallo salta.
Connettersi a luce come che non si riesce a connettere.
Devo andare al desk e parlare con le ragazze.
Ah, ok. Perché abbiamo provato a scaricare il QR code che sta lì davanti e non riesce a connettersi.
Good morning. It's time to take a seat. Good morning to all of you, dear colleagues, friends, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me as convener of this symposium to have all of you from all over the world here in Bari, in Puglia region, in Italy. I hope you will enjoy this symposium. This is the first time that this pomegranate symposium is held in Italy, in particular in Puglia, which is an important region for pomegranate production. Not only pomegranate, but this region is also important also for other minor, we can say minor, but I would say important fruit crops like carrot, blueberry, fig, jujube. And I'm pretty sure this will be a great opportunity to exchange information, to see what's happening in the world. And it's also a moment of seed data collected all over the world about pomegranate, starting from the cultivation, the growing of the pomegranate trees, up to the processing of pomegranate, because all we know, we can get so many things from pomegranate, marmalade, juices, and we also will listen about presentation, dealing also with something which could look weird, like some gel also used for human human skeleton. I want to thank also my other convener, Stefano Ramalfa, who is arriving because he had a problem. Because today there is an event in Bari for the peace, for the world situation. So in downtown there are many people, so he had some trouble, but he's approaching to the location. we are in this location that belongs to the University of Bari, and maybe as many of you have seen, this is the old postal office. Below the couple, the couples, there were the people working for the post office. Now there are students, there are offices, and where we stand, this is a room used for national and international symposium. I wish to thank the organizing committee, the scientific committee, all the sponsors for supporting us either by funding or also with technical support. And I also want to thank all the people of my group working for making this 6 Pomegranate Symposium possible here in Bari. We are here in a region with a good climate, so you will enjoy either the scientific topics, and I hope also the food, the sun, the climate, but don't forget to attend the symposium. So don't be distracted so much to the food, drink, and all the other stuff. It's also a possibility for you to see. You will see the important farms we have in Puglia, one of the most important in Italy, and I can say in Europe, that we will visit on the technical visit on Wednesday morning. So we will see how we work here from the growing of pomegranate to the processing. We have to consider that only 10, 15 years ago, pomegranate cultivation in Puglia was almost absent. So we had also only few trees in very, very small cultivation. But in few years, also because of research supporting the importance of pomegranate for health and for food, which is very important, we all know, there was a growing cultivation of pomegranate together with other crops like fig. So together with important crops that we have in Puglia, like wine grape, table grape, sweet cherry, citrus, we have also this important crop, this important product which is much appreciated by people, and even young people drink a lot of pomegranate juice here in Puglia. Here we are in Bari, that is the most important town of the region. I hope you will enjoy the next day in this town. And it's my pleasure to welcome the delegate of the mayor of Bari, Elda Perlino, who is the delegates of environmental, green policy, and sustainability. So welcome also for the welcome to Bari, to this town, Elda Perlino. Please join Elda on the stage. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm very pleased to be here to bring greetings from our mayor, Vittorio Cese. I am the Councillor for Environment, President for Climate and Ecological Transition, so I am particularly grateful for this invitation, since one of the goals of my program is food policy and urban agriculture. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially the University of Bari and Catania, and to choose Bari in Italy for this 6th International Symposium on Pomegranate and minor Mediterranean food. Puglia and Sicily are very important for food production, including pomegranate and other minor fruits. And Puglia region is the main of producing and processing back for the 4th century before Christ. The symposium will provide a very innovative interdisciplinary platform for knowledge exchange, fostering network and collaboration in different topics. In fact, the symposium will focus on complementary and other minor fluids research topics, addressing, among others, the following areas, such as archaeology, history, botany, physiology, breathing, disease and disorder, health problems, and food industry. Finally, the result of the meeting represented a great opportunity not only for the scientific community, but also for our citizen community to deal with global change and sustainable development, promoting the transition toward a better planet. So, good luck to all.
Thanks, Elena, for the welcoming of Bari. And as you mentioned, this first symposium on pomegranate in Puglia was held under the aegis of ISHS with the University of Bari and Catania. And it's also an important occasion to meet a lot of people and to show the progress that are going on pomegranate cultivation and processing. The University of Bari, particularly the Department of Soil, Plant and Food Science, supported the making of this symposium. So, as a delegate of the head of my department, Department of Soil, Plant and Food Science, since the head was busy today for educational reasons, I want to welcome the delegate to research, Agata Gadaleta, for the welcoming of the Department of Old DISPA that supported this symposium. Agata Gadaleta, welcome on stage.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and as a delegate of research of our department, on behalf of our director, it's a pleasure for me to give you the welcome to Bari, to welcome at the University of Bari and the Department of Plant, Soil and Food Sciences. Our department is one of the biggest departments of agriculture in Puglia, and is involved in several national and international projects and research activity of many sectors of agriculture. And also hosts several course degrees for students, including international degree for international students. So, thank you, Professor Ferrara, for organizing this meeting today, because every meeting is always a moment for sharing knowledge, the advance in the research, and as Giuseppe told before, pomegranate is becoming more important in Puglia and all over in the world. From several points of view, for the importance of food nutrition, health property, and good adaptability to this environment. So, welcome in Bari, enjoy the conference. You have a very interesting conference with a very interesting speaker and presentation. Thank you to all the speakers to be here, and let's start this conference. Thank you. Thank you, Giuseppe.
Thanks, Agata, for your speech. Now I want to invite on the stage the representative of the Ordine dei Dottori Agronomi e dei Dottori Forestali, the Association of Agronomists of Arrigo. Please come on stage.
Good morning to all of you. I bring greeting from the entire board, President, and we are very pleased to have been invited in this to participate in this international event. We, as freelancer in the agri-food sector, we hope for continued collaboration with the research, the world of research. in order to increase a sustainable approach in the agriculture and the forestry work. Thank you and enjoy your work.
Thanks, Enrico. I see now Stefano, my friend and the other convener of the symposium from the University of Bari. Of Catania, sorry. We are now.
Okay, stay here. Just a few words from my side. Welcome all of you in Bari. I'm very pleased to meet all of you. And I want to acknowledge the great work that Giuseppe and his team have done for this symposium. I came from Catania, so I haven't been so stressed like Giuseppe and his group or the department and Agriculture Center. So welcome and enjoy the symposium. Thank you.
Your support was very important, so you contributed so much to.
Okay, so the support of the Italian Society for Horticultural Sciences and the president of the Horticulture section.
And so we have supported so much this symposium. Now I want to welcome here for the welcome Barbara De Ruggeri from EIT Foods.
Hello everybody, I'm Barbara De Ruggeri from the University of Bari, and I'm the project leader of EIT Food. And we are pleased to support all the initiatives like this one, promoting innovation and development in agriculture.
C'è solo una presentazione.
I will have a very short presentation just to let you know what's EIT Food and what we do. Okay, EIT Food is part of EITB, the European Institute of Innovation Technologies that was born in the structure of is a European body that is created to promote innovation and development, especially entrepreneurship development in Europe. It works through knowledge innovation communities. We are 9 communities, and EIT Food is one of those, with a mission to make the food sector in Europe more reliable, healthy, and safe, especially for consumers and producers. So we are the largest and most dynamic food innovation community, because we are a community, and we work with these aims: collaboration between stakeholders, and so all initiatives that we do, we try to create network between all different stakeholders working around the food sector. Impact, because our action would like to have a great impact on local territories and on the European level, and also inclusion, because we need people and places to participate. So it's not an activity dedicated only to students or researcher or public administration. We try to create a dynamic and harmonic environment in which everyone can be involved. EIT Food is divided in 3 big areas. So we have EIT Food South, EIT Food Northeast, and EIT Food West. So all these are the countries involved in our activities, and this is the community. This is our partner network. It's a pan-European network with participation of industrial partners, higher education and research centers, but also startups that are at a high level of development. We work considering a mission-based approach. We have 3 main missions. One is to reach health and life through food, because food is the first medicine, as we know, but also a food system pointing to net zero, so avoiding waste not only in production but also in consuming. And also reducing risk for failure resilient system, risk not only considering risk of consuming foods, but also economical risks for enterprises. We have a particular structure for supporting entrepreneurship because we start from just the idea. So we have a program that is called, for example, Team Up, in which we collect ideas from young researchers, students, everyone who has an idea that can be a product or a service, and then we can push all the growing for these startups and spin-offs through program that I aim to launch, to accelerate, or to scale up. These programs are annual programs, so every year, at the beginning of the year, between January and March, you will find the calls to apply to all this program. You can find everything on the website eatfood.eu. We also do a lot of activities in training and education because we consider the education and the training of researchers, of students, but also of consumers as very important steps to really create a safe environment in agriculture. So we have master degrees, we have a fellowship for students and for PhDs, we have Risk Inspire, Risk Professional Development. This is a very important panel of courses that can be followed also online. Some of them are totally free, especially for some risk areas, so the area with a low level of development, such as Italy, Greece, Spain. And we are the EIT Food Hub in Italy. So University of Bari since 2018 and since last year with Technopolis, that is our scientific part, are the antenna in Italy. So we represent EIT Food in Italy, trying to promote all the activities that are organized and created at the central level, but also collecting important information from the local area and trying to push the EIT Food for the following year to create calls, systems, activities that can be more useful for our territory. So we facilitate the collaboration between public research and industry, so the transfer of research through our activities. Sorry. We have done and we are doing a lot of training and capacity building events, trying to stimulate discussion and collaboration. We support some innovative technologies and business models through EIT Food programs, but also we support all stakeholders involved in our activities to apply for EIT Food calls, but also calls at European level. Professor Mariano is responsible of the hub and is also the director of my department. And I'm the product manager for University of Bari, together with Davide Nicolò from Technopolis. We have worked, as I said before, since 2018. So we have done a lot of different activities, workshops and training programs. We have supported startups creation, startups competition, for example, demo days, challenge labs. We also create some specific events and workshops, like the one with the GALS, with the local group for innovation and research, but also we participate every year at the European Researcher Nights, that is next Friday, and trying to present to consumer and let them taste the product that we create in our university with our research in collaboration, of course, with companies. So this is the work that we have done through all this year. This year, in 2025, we already have some training courses, some webinar workshop also for teachers and schools. But also we are managing this village local workshop. There is a specific program for women in agriculture, trying to let them be leader of themselves, their lives, personal lives and professional lives, teaching them to create their impact plan for the future. These are the other activities that we are going to do in our hot autumn and winter. And so we are trying to stimulate discussion and relationship, especially between researchers and company, because in all these events and all the past events, we always try to put together not only company, not only public administration, and not only researchers, but all together, because networking is the most important benefit that we think we have from these activities. Because our mission as University of Bari and as Technopolis is already to create and stimulate our local ecosystem. But with the support of EIT Food, we can do it at an international level with support, also with codes that can support teachers, researchers, and students and public administration. So if you need any other information, you can contact us by email at eitfoodhub.italy@it. And you will find everything about EIT Food on the website eitfood.eu, and on our platform that is Food Hive, which you can register as a researcher and get all the information and exchange information. Is a kind of social media for researchers and for implementation in our agri-food ecosystem. So have a nice work in these days, and I hope you will bring some innovative ideas that we can promote through EIT Food activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for your nice and very precise description of EIT Food. I think many researchers and also some farmers will contact you about this app. Now it's time for going back to ISHS. So it's my pleasure to invite first my friend and second my colleague Olani Fawodi, delegate and representative of ISHS. He will illustrate everything about ISHS. Please, Olani, come on stage and it's your turn for your speech. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And good morning, we're still in the morning. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, as you know, this event is under the aegis of the International Society for Horticultural Sciences. I'm happy to represent the society and to, not only to inform you of what we stand for, but also to encourage you to join the association. Customarily, the division chair should give this presentation. They sent us apology. Luca from University of Bologna, Prof. Graped Delhi. But before I go ahead, I think it's actually important to congratulate the conveners of this event for bringing people from all over the world, to deliver, an international symposium like this. We know it's the beginning of the event, but we usually congratulate people because it's not easy to bring them together. I don't want to forget this, but we have a certificate of recognition just made that I would actually first like to present to the two of them, our co-conveners. So as we get the camera people ready, I would like to invite the panel and Giuseppe to the podium and congratulate them on this successful event.
you very much.
It's good to start with congratulations.
Yes, Stefano said thank you for being confident. No, I'm very confident. I'm very confident. And you see, we are here to learn and share knowledge, and we know that we have a good program in place, to deliver to you all, and also to enjoy this beautiful place, Bari. So I'm just going to go through. I'm not going to waste your time on this because some of you already know this. The association. One thing that is very clear is that it's a platform for research and science-based information. Like I said, we are here to exchange and to collaborate. And this all in support of sustainable innovation in horticulture. Even though the word horticulture stands at the center, is for horticultural sciences and anything that is related to innovation in that space. We have membership opportunities, and I'm sure some of you are actually individual members. But regardless of the scale of membership, we have 150 memberships from 150 countries. We have individual members, over 6,000 members. We have country region members in terms of another cadre of membership, and then we have institutional membership, depending on which one you belong to. We like I said, we have divisions, and then we have 2 commissions, and under each division we have working group. I'm a chair of a working group for this pomegranate and minor Mediterranean crops. And the work group is actually under the division temperate fruit, tree fruits. So as you can see, we have all these 14 divisions, and you can be in any of these. You can be in multiple of this division and also work group, depending on how your research are related to them. So we, in terms of our level of engagement, we engage through symposia and congresses. And of course, when we convey like this, scientific papers are presented and also published. We encourage you. I hope you'll be able to actually submit your papers to Act Horticulture. We also have networking opportunities, and I'm going to go through this one by one. So in terms of regional congresses, I don't know how many of you were at the Asian Horticultural Congress. It was held in 2023. We also have All African Horticultural Congress, and then we have the European one. It's called EHC Horticultural Congress, which was also held last year in May. So across this, apart from these congresses, we have 35 other symposia, of which this is one of them. We then have an international Congress once in 4 years. And as you can see, there's one coming up in 2026 in Kyoto, Japan. We had previous ones, from 2006 up till the one that we have next year. And then we already know where the next one will be, coming back to Italy. Isn't that amazing? In Milano. And then, of course, in Kyoto, we'll know who will host that of the 2030 Congress. So, like I said, publications is a way of also sharing knowledge. I already mentioned Act Horticulture. They're actually well consulted in terms of the download and views, and also they are citable and even recognized in different countries. So they are peer reviewed as well, but we also have peer reviewed journal now that is linked with the ISHS. It's called a European Journal of Horticultural Science, the EGHS, and it's a peer-reviewed journal and well recognized under the publisher CABI. So we also have our quarterly magazine, which is Chronicle Horticulture. In this magazine, that's where you will see events that are happening, innovations, and even we feature our young minds. We're so much interested in promoting young researchers. So we feature different, innovations and work that is going on around the world in this magazine. In terms of the board, this is just to show you the structure and I don't know, you might know any of these colleagues. One thing that stands out is that we have a vice president for young minds, also indicating that we are very, very confident in and committed to growing the next generation of scientists and also supporting them. We have the secretariat. These are the people in charge of the secretariat. And I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but our strategic goals stand on, the first one stands on science and knowledge exchange. And we are very intentional about this. And we're taking the approach of upstream to applied sciences. The other one is knowledge sharing, which is through publication. And of course, I've mentioned this, we have a platform, a journal, through which we do the communication. Of course, visibility is very, very important. Now, ISHS is not putting effort into, branding, and creating new platforms and also increasing the visibility of the society through social media, different social media platforms. In terms of young generation, there will be an award actually after this event for students that are ISHS members that will recognize them, and this is called a Young Mind Award, one for oral and the other one for poster. And this is part of recognizing our members, especially the young ones, and encouraging them that we recognize excellence in them. We also have a committee on that is actually in charge of curating mentorship programs, also fostering job opportunities for our young people. Network is very key to us. Of course, we are here also to network with each other. And I encourage you, you never know what can actually come out of this. I held the last Pomegranate Symposium. During COVID, it was online. But, people that I knew then, and that's how actually I visited, Giuseppe. I became a visiting professor at this University of Bari, and we've worked together even on the chapter on pomegranate. So networking is very, very important. The same applies to other colleagues that I've met through this platform. Like Ibrahim, also working together and networking, collaborating through this platform. So of course, I would like to invite you to this congress. It's a massive congress. I think about 3,000 to 5,000 members. That's we convey. It is in Kyoto next year in August, between the 23rd and 28th. So you should mark your calendar for this. There will also be different symposia that will actually happen before this. When I give my keynote tomorrow, I will tell you the one that is happening in South Africa next year in March. So get your budget in place. Not only this one, there will be other, academic meetings that you will attend next year. So in summary, ISHS, as you know, is non-profit, and we are multi-skilled, we are multidisciplined, we are multicultural, we are multinational, like I said, 150, a membership from 150 countries. And we are all doing this based on, multiplying positive impact throughout the world and using science as a tool, to innovate the horticultural sector. So on that note, I thank you very much. And that's about it for this presentation. Let me just give you a few more announcements. Tomorrow there will be an ICHS business meeting tomorrow in the evening. I think it's about 6 o'clock, thereabout, yes. And at this business meeting, we encourage you to join us. Of course, when it comes to the participation in terms of voting, you must be ICHS a member, already active member. At this meeting, we will decide who will, who is interested in convening the next symposium, Pomegranate Symposium. If you are interested, we already have a candidate that has shown interest even from 2 years back. If you are interested, you are sure that you can deliver even a better symposium for us in 2027, in 2 years' time. Please contact me. Then you'll be given an opportunity to present your case, and then there will be a vote. There will be voting that will occur, and then we decide on the next, the next destination. The other part is my term as the chair of the working group is coming to an end, but I have an opportunity to go for the second term, which I'm interested in. So if you want to contest with me, you can also show interest. We go through the voting system, and then we know who is going to be the chair for this working group, which is very, very important for this event. And lastly, like I said, on Wednesday there will be an award, the Young Man Award, that will be given. We already have a committee in place, so I want to encourage students that are in this category that you give your best, because you'll be assessed based on the quality of your research, the delivery of the research, and also how you respond to questions. So know that we are watching, and you'll be highly appreciated for your hard work. That's about it for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Rolani. I'm pretty sure after your presentation, you will enroll new young minds and even senior minds to ISHS. Okay, now I think it's time to start. I'm very honored to have very intriguing lectures for this Pomegranate Symposium from lecturers all over the world, like Rolani, Sarkosh, Omodio, Cisneros, Zevanos. The first keynote lecture is given by Ali Sarkosh, and the title of this lecture is Global Status of Pomegranate Production, Challenges and Opportunities. I think Ali will give a very deep illustration of the pomegranate world is going on in this changing world, and we hope it will be a clear future and a growing future for pomegranates. So, Ali, please come on stage and give your lecture. Thanks so much.
Okay, maybe you can try. I don't know if it works. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the point was okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here and talk about pomegranate. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the President and the organizing committee for this conferences. There's a lot of work to be done to have conference on the national level. Thank you so much. And today, in my presentation, I would like to provide you with some perspective from myself, from the grower side, and from consumer. Now, I have been involved in pomegranate production, research, in academia, in in private sector and also working directly with consumers around the world. Originally from Iran, but I work in different parts of the world, and at the moment I'm a professor at the University of Philadelphia, work on fruit crop. So today I would like to provide you with some perspective and vision for the future of the pomegranate production at the global level. So as you know, pomegranate is a superfood, is a full of bioactive component, good understanding antioxidant that they are good for human health. It has been, is one of the fruit that domesticated by human 1,000 years ago. It's one of those early fruit like peat and olive that domesticated by human and have been used as a fresh fruit for 1,000 years. And also as a value-added product, juice, molasses, wine, vinegar, and other value-added products. So, and there are a lot of research has been done in the last 2 decades on the pharmaceutical and nutritional value and published in really high-value journal. And these days you can see pomegranate as a fresh product, as a really are ready to eat in the market, and also value-added product from the seed, and other products of pomegranate. So at the global level, it's very hard to find information about the value of the pomegranate at the global level, but it was estimated the value of the pomegranate market is about $6 billion in 2024, and they also predict a 7% growth in the global market of pomegranate in the next 10 years, which will be around $13 billion in 2034. So this study considers production at the regional level and also consumption at the different level as fresh product, as a value-added product, and other related industry in pomegranate production. So about what production, so there are about 8 million tons of pomegranate produced globally. And I always, when I talk to a student or teach classes in the tropical fruit, I do comparison between the pomegranate production and avocado. They are comparable in the production. However, there are differences in consumption or region. For example, avocado, you can see in the US market, supermarket, all around the year. But pomegranate, I will just see it probably 2 or 3 months. So in some countries, avocado is very popular. You can see everywhere. Some countries you can see, for example, when you come to the Mediterranean or Middle East, you will see more pomegranate. But I've seen more growth in avocado production than pomegranate in last few years. And there are reasons for that I will talk about. Europe is the biggest export of the pomegranate, and the biggest destination. Also, it's very hard to find information about the production at the global level. Unfortunately, United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization does not provide any data about production of pomegranate. If you look at the organization statistics, you will see the data for other food like persimmon and feed, but pomegranate, no information available. However, we could gather some information regionally and for people working in the government sector about production of pomegranate worldwide. I listed here about 50 probably top countries of the pomegranate production around the world. As you can see, the highest production country are India, China, Iran. India has the biggest area of production, about 250,000 hectares under production, and they produce about around 3 million tons. And then you will see China and about 100,000 hectares, Iran close to 100,000 hectares, and the other countries. In Italy, I don't know, you can correct me, but I find that they have about 4,000 or 5,000 hectares, and they produce something around 120,000 tons. And this table actually show the production of the pomegranate globally based on the country. As you can see, probably it's too hard to say, but about over 80-85% of pomegranate produced in the northern hemisphere, that include India, China, Iran, and also we have some countries in the southern hemisphere, including Peru, Chile, South Africa, and Australia. They produce pomegranate. However, for example, Australia just they have enough pomegranate to produce in a few weeks or a few couple of months in their production. They don't have the capacity to export. Peru, I visited a few times Peru, and they produce pomegranate for local and mainly export to Europe. Good to know that they are off season. There will not be any competition between the European. Chile also produce and Chile send more pomegranate off season to the US supermarket. So I will talk about this later on as well. So as a person who has worked with the grower, academia, and consumer, in the last 2 decades, there have been some practices that actually help pomegranate be more popular among the consumer and also production wise. So two cultural practices that I think it has been very helpful. One, shifting the traditional training system to one or single training system that you can see. So this production system, you can produce high quality and high yield for the fresh market. So consumer in many countries. So we look at the fruit appearance, nice color, no sunburn, no scratches, and then we mess it. Myself, as someone who grows a pomegranate, I will purchase pomegranate regardless of the appearance, but I know the inside is important for me. But need to consider, if you want to produce for a country that appearance, for example, Australia, US, probably European Union, so you need to have a food that is more attractive in terms of appearance. So this would be a production system that will deliver the probably about 80-85% fruit can go directly for consumption. Another technical thing that has been developed by 2005, 2006, and also helped that pomegranate become more popular in Western culture. It's oil extraction system that actually extract the oil and you can purchase it from the supermarket as a product ready to eat. So that has been, I think, very helpful. So in terms of production, in terms of training system, you can see different between single drum and multi-drum. So as a person that I practically work in production with both systems, for example, I want to grow in Australia, in the US, or fresh market, I will go with single drum because you can harvest about 85% of the yield for fresh market. Single drum, this multi-drum will give you better yield, but I should say that probably for fresh market and yield will be around 50% yield go for fresh market and 50% will go for the juice. But also for the global consumption in terms of the fruit appearance. So the single training system actually makes it much easier for machine adaptability, for spraying, for air spray, for spraying the canopy, for light intervention. It's a much better training system to get the service activity in the canopy rather than the multi-drum system. So here you can see the pomegranate who work with pomegranate, you will see a lot of suckering at the early year. So there is a lot of sucker as you can see. So, and this sucker should be removed, not a few times per year. In the training system, you can see here, for example, you can do it chemically or herbicide like grammars or paraquat or other touch herbicide. But in the multi-drum system, it would be hard to incorporate as such a chemical practices because it would actually damage the fruit or the foliage. So the oil extraction system, as I mentioned, has a big role to send the pomegranate as a ready-to-eat product. So in 2006, about about 5% of the people in the US taste pomegranate. But when you look at the data in 2017, this increased by 20%. And this RA system actually has a big role, because pomegranate, is, for me, I enjoy when I open and cut and eat a pomegranate, but sometimes it's hard for some people, and they would like to have something to eat very easy and regularly. Also, when consumer grower also ask us a few times or talk about the diversity in fruit. So when you go to supermarket, these days you will see the fruit with different colors, apple, grape, or even berry, very like different colors, blueberry, strawberry. So in pomegranate, we actually have the really good genetic diversity in terms of the color, the skin color, size, and consumer would like to see the differences in the market, in the local market, or in the supermarket. So the genetic template is available at some, and probably working to be done in this regard. Also need to consider in some countries, for example in the US, the pomegranate is used for decoration, but pomegranate is different, other black skin, yellow skin. There's a lot of consumers from that use it for decoration, even with an animal. And if you look at the fruit, for example, all the, like for example, apple, you will see the different color in the skin, but all the flash all are the same color. The grape also similar, red grape and white grape, the flash all white. But pomegranate will give you also different color in terms of orange. As you can see, this is like a different color of orange from pomegranate. And consumer will appreciate, I think, different diversity. You want to use, for example, make a salad with pomegranate, so different color to make it more attractive and more popular. So, if we all have, most of us are directly for the plant or the cultural plant and all the product. If you look at the last probably few years, you will see some fruit like blueberry, blackberry, and strawberry actually. Strawberry has been popular. Blueberry increased by a few 100%. And one of the reasons is easy to eat. You can actually purchase a clamshell of the blueberry and just inside your computer, you can work and also easily eat a piece of blueberry. So, but in comparison, pomegranate, we have seen some growth, but the growth is not much. And the berry, I think, blackberry, raspberry, and they have a fast growth because of the easy to eat. Also, I should say, in terms of bioactive component, taste beneficial or nutrition, pomegranate is compatible. It's comparable with blueberry and raspberry. So a lot of work to be done to have the pomegranate more popular as a ready to eat. And we have the general problem with the big RA size and with the benefit to, and also substance. We will talk about it as well. So consumer also, I see they are looking for more sweet, succeeded and larger orange. Most of the pomegranate cultivar that we see in the market, they have a sort of hard stick, and the taste is sort of sweet and sour. There is diversity in the general, in terms of the succeededness, in terms of the sweet. I mean, there is a gene pool, and this can be incorporated to the breeding program to develop a cultivar variety with this characteristics. Bigger R size, succeeded, will be really attractive to consumer. So, lack of adaptability to the geographical region. So, when we look at the fruit crop, for example, the stone fruit, the blueberry, we can see they have adapted from different climates, for example, from subtropical climate, subtropical humid climate to temperate climate. For example, those in Florida, we try to do research on local stone fruit. We can grow local stone fruit. They have 120 Chihuahua. Also, peach can be grown in like Canada with 1,000 shillings. So they adapted to a very wide geographical production. Blueberry also the same. Blueberry can grow from tropical to temperate climate. But pomegranate there is a lack of adaptability for extended production geographically. For example, I just read on the US, most of the production, probably 100% of the pomegranate production is located in California. Theoretically, we can grow pomegranate in Florida and harvest much earlier than California without any production over there. But there is no variety that can grow under that climate in terms of the diseases. So under subtropical humid climate, so pomegranate will face a lot of issues. So I think the architect doesn't need to be worked and they can be worked on that to find variety of cultivar or selection or germplasm that can grow in different climates to extend the production. So when we look at the extending the production to different regions, one thing is the more problematic is diseases. So you can see that I took that photo from a page. Still pomegranate cases with a lot of diseases including anthracnose, Leptospira, aspergillus, or other diseases that can affect plant or the fruit quality. So if you look at, for example, apple or peaches, you will see for each region they have a different cultivar, they have a different root stock. For example, the peaches we have Nemera, root stock Nemera, root stock Darwin, root stock Florida, or in Europe, for example, they use another root stock for Stockholm, so Adora root stock for Brown. So they use those root stock. For example, in California, they use Nemera because Nemera is more resistant to drought conditions. In the east of the United States, in Georgia, they use Garden because Garden is resistant to root rot damage. So with this root stock, they could actually extend the production, and you can see it in Africa. Maybe it's time to consider root stock for pomegranate to extend the production geographically, especially for some soil-borne diseases. So I missed a few issues that I seen people talk about it at the global level for pomegranate production. One is food quality and area experience. So consumer looking for the soft seedness is very important for pomegranate for consumer, and they would love to have an area that they can eat, and they don't want to feel the seed woodiness. So I did published in soft pomegranate Iranian with my professor who is actually here today, Dr. Hassani, a few years ago. So they are genetic involved in they are genetic actually for the softness, which you eat the orange, you cannot feel any woodiness. The lignification of lignifies is very, very low. So those can be incorporated in production to produce a pomegranate with very soft seed. So ability stresses. So as I mentioned, you will see in different parts of the world. If you want, for example, grow pomegranate in coastal area, so you probably have some issue with salinity from the sea around. And those are important to consider for production, for root stock to develop this ability stresses. Most importantly, for diabetic stress, especially for soil-borne disease such as Bari, they actually keep the pomegranate easily. So, especially when they introduce into new area, they need to consider that the soil-borne disease can destroy the orchard in a few years. And also, the dwarf or root stock that produces this sucker, which is important for growth. You know, we have the gene for dwarf in the pomegranate that can be incorporated to develop a root stock, or it can be used actually as a root stock. So this needs to be tested to increase the production of pomegranate in the more geographical region. So here I probably most of my talk will be about breeding and give you some perspective on the breeding of the pomegranate, and I'll talk about fruit stock and cultivar. So it would be really good if we can have a variety that produces the good fruit stock, good olive size, subseed, also resistant to all diseases. As we all know, it's not possible. So we can work on the cultivar for better food quality, or we can develop a good stock for a different issue related to soil, especially soil pathogen, nematode, disease or other issues. Improve orchard productivity has been proved in other food crops. No, in apple, those food stock actually increase the productivity very high. Or in cherry, food stock, those food stock has been very popular in cherry. And also food stock for pomegranate, you can mitigate the ability and beauty stresses in different forms. High yield and fruit quality also is very important, and it is more characteristic of the variety of cultivar, but food stock also can affect on this attribute. So fruit quality is more characteristic for the cultivar. So as I mentioned, there is a huge germplasm available in different countries and different fruit characteristics. This would be considered to produce fruit with the better, the better fruit quality and yield and flavor. So here I put the publication about the genetic for the soft seed. So I did this in my PhD and as you can see, that's the accession or genotype with a very low woody index, and this is like sort of the hard seed. You see the differences between the seed side, the woody portion. So for example, the woody portion of this genotype was much higher to that genotype. When I actually test that genotype, you don't feel any seed. So very low woody index. So, as I mentioned, root stock could be incorporated in pomegranate cultivar for dwarfness, for make the canopy more manageable, for harvesting more easy, for labor is expensive. In many countries, labor is probably the most expensive part of production in Australia, in US, in European Union, and other countries. Labor is very expensive, something that you can harvest easy, and also for chemical application for the chemical and the sun method to the canopy, it's good to have a root stock that we reduce the bigger or canopy size. So root stock for sucker. Sucker is a big issue in pomegranate. As you can see, the tree produces a lot of sucker at the early stages. So there should be differences between genotype accession in producing sucker. So that can be, as I mentioned, sucker can be controlled by herbicides such as gramoston, which probably will be banned very soon in the country, and also for elevated for humans. So it's costly. The root stock that produces less sucker would be more attractive for producers. Different region, different area has the different issue about the diseases. So in some region we have the soil-borne phytophthora, in sandy soil, for example, nematode can be issue. Again, germplasm may be tested for this issue and develop root stock, especially I think in this area there's a lot of opportunity that can be done to develop root stock for the issue related to biotic stress in terms of soil. Also, abatic stresses. In the winter, for example, some pomegranate in the cold winter can be damaged or early frost. So, having a variety that can grow in the colder region or can handle the winter or early frost, late bud break, I think that would be also important. In terms of the biotic stresses, phytophthora probably would be the biggest issue, or for any other soil-borne diseases. There are different soil-borne diseases regionally, but in each country, I think that need to be considered. We have some information, for example, in different countries that soil-borne disease is really industry or damage industry significantly. Nematode, it can be issued, can be reported in centers. So root nematode would not keep the plant, but we make the plant very big, yellow canopy, and producing very slow, small size fruit. So root nematode will never kill the plant, but will make the plant very big. So I think there is opportunity to develop root for root nematode or other kind of nematode that can make the tree very big. So again, this is also about ability stress will be sort of regionally based on the issue that they have. It could be like, for example, spring frost. So a cultivar variety in the late winter will be really helpful for those areas. Or, for example, the cold hardiness can be important as well. If the cold accumulation is not happening by the plant, then the plant will lose the pomegranate by winter temperature. And salinity and drought, water logging, if you want to extend the pomegranate to the subtropical climate, either research, water logging or southern rain can be a big issue. Pomegranates are sensitive to water logging because it's caused by hypoxia. As I mentioned, there are genetic diversity. The strong genetic diversity among pomegranate in different in terms of color, peel color, oil size, root shape, root size, growth in different countries. And I think it's the time that these countries come together and exchange the genetic material, work together to develop quality or variety to keep this fruit more attractive and more sustainable at the global level. So I think breeding probably would be one of the main work that needs to be done, especially these days. Breeding can be done faster using the biotechnology, market assistance selection, or CRISPR gene editing. These days, the biotechnology has good assistant to the breeder that they can advance the selection of the superior cultivar for different quality or different fruit stock attribute. So another issue that I have heard from the people in different areas, different countries, because pomegranate has been sort of a new industry in those countries. So at the first few years, probably you will see less diseases, but eventually after you are growing, you will see, oh, disease become a big issue or insect become an issue. So we need to consider that in some countries, for example, in the US, in the European Union, or probably many countries, chemicals need to be labeled or registered for the industry. So that is important to be considered. It could be a collaboration between the producer, academia, and the chemical company to label test of this product for the different pomegranate diseases. And at the end, pomegranate is a unique fruit. You can actually put it as a fresh fruit, as a value-added product, and also can have it as a really nice ornamental plant in your backyard, in your street, in different areas. And I should say that there is a huge potential also in developing the cultivar variety for landscape or ornamental purposes. That need to be considered, and I'm sure one of the speakers has been doing work on this area, and they will talk about this. With this, I want to thank you so much for your attention, and if you have a question, I will be happy to answer your question.
Thanks so much, Ali. I want to invite Olani and also Stefano to join on the stage for the discussion. So if there are questions for Question, curiosities for this very nice presentation.
Thank you, Ali, for the very nice presentation. Thank you for stressing the importance of the single grant system for training. One point that is important is also to consider that removing suckers also give the opportunity to pathogens to attack the plants. So, at least in our condition, and especially when the soil is covered with mulching, this can be a very big problem. So I would like to emphasize the importance of breeding for rootstocks to find nourish material for rootstocks. So that's a consideration, not a question.
Okay. That's a very good point, Stefano. So you're absolutely right. When actually you remove the sucker on pomegranate, you actually probably introduce a wound, and that wound can be a spot that disease can, like for example, fusarium introduced to the plant from the wound. So it can be really damageful to the plant. So it's very important, yes, that removal by hand can also be a point for the increasing the diseases.
Okay, one comment. Okay, we have one there, and yes.
What?
This one.
Good morning. My name is Carlo Mota. I am the chairperson of the Pomegranate Association in South Africa. And I just have one general question first, is whether the presentations will be made available for us.
Yes, yeah, I can personally email it.
Just for the whole symposium, I just want to know, because it will depend on how much that's exactly.
I think that, as Giuseppe mentioned, they will post it on the symposium website.
Yeah, right. We post all the presentation, and each author can leave this chance to make their presentation available, so everyone can download it.
Right. Thank you very much for that. And then the second question I have is also related to the single trunk. Has any work been done on single trunk trading system in terms of production rates compared to multi-trunks also on trading systems?
So a very good question. I've personally read the article that done, the research that done in Israel a few years ago. So they did a comparison between the different training systems. So there have been some differences for sure, but you need to consider that with the single trunk, you can actually plant more tree per hectare in comparison to the multi-trunk, and probably your early yield would be higher. And for example, pomegranate will take probably 3 years or 4 years that you can harvest the first crop. So when you have more fruit, more tree, then your early yield would be higher. In terms of yield, for sure, the multi-trunk will deliver the higher yield. But in terms of, for example, management, it would be hard. For example, in South Africa, maybe you want to produce, for example, to target European market in the off-season. So single trunk will deliver, would be probably a better system for you for the quality, because you want to grow a tree that you can sell most of them. In the single trunk, you will be able 80-85% to grade them for the market. But for the multi-trunk, that rate would be much lower, because we have a canopy that wind can actually scratch the fruit. The pomegranate has thorn and a lot of things, so it reduces the fruit appearance. And again, those wind and scratching the fruit could be a point for example, diseases, anthracnose. that can actually cause decay. I personally work with both production system. In Iran, we grow more multi-trunk system. In Australia, I work on single trunk system. I think depending where you are located, it could be a very big question. So, for example, in Iran, even people can purchase pomegranate regardless what is the skin or appearance is. So the 50% can be used for local consumption, and then those 50% with the better quality can be exported. But I personally, if I have a target market for like USA or European Union, I will go with probably a single trunk.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
You know, we in terms of from a South African point of view, we go a lot of multi-trunk training system. The reason being is that for us, the training system is there to protect also against sunburn, which is a huge concern for us in South Africa, sunburn, and the multi-trunk will expose a bit in terms of sunburn. Like we don't have single trunks in South Africa at the moment, so
even for
all multi-trunk on deep trailer systems,
even for the single trunk, I believe you can reduce the sunburn significantly because you can actually have the canopy and have the fruit under the shade of the canopy.
You're right. It's a bit of a spin-off as well in terms of the production rates.
Yes.
Because we struggle in South Africa with external color a lot.
Okay.
So our class 1 production is not that high because of external color. But I mean, it's an interesting discussion.
Very good.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Next question, Ferdinando.
The question is, where is going pomegranate? So we are very optimistic, very positive, but I think I'm very worried. I'm very worried about pomegranate. That is my thing. Why? Because we have a lack of information on economical and trade and marketing in this session, in this meeting. So, as far as I know, and in Italy, also in Europe, Spain, in South Africa, the economical aspect of pomegranate is a crisis. I mean, the costs are more and more growing, and the income is low and low and low. So this is not a question of the exposure, but I hope that this is the idea to find some idea to change this role. You know? That's my observation. Friends and colleagues. I'm a retired scientist, but I'm worried about we work a lot of variety and to do stuff now. But the future, we have to find also some link with the market, better link with the market, and so on. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. This is a very wide and strong question, Ferdinand, because it's not only the pomegranate market, but if you consider also stronger markets like table grape, apples, there are situations that are struggling. Maybe we should consider, I don't know, other different uses of pomegranate and also not only as food, but maybe as ingredients or for even clothes or pharmaceutical uses. So it's not only a problem of this single fruit, for my opinion, but maybe not other fruits, also vegetable. It's a worldwide crisis of this food.
Yes, I wanted to add to that. The first aspect is, you see, each time they present about the production of pomegranate globally, the first thing the presenter would say is that there's no information. The information is scanty. And I think it's our time we started thinking about how can we document the production globally, through which channel. It could be this channel, the ISHS channel, this work group, how can we actually document and update the information with regards to the production of pomegranate globally? My friend here presented on global production, maybe the top 10 you presented. South Africa did not feature in that on the slide, but we here a big player in the southern hemisphere when it comes to production of pomegranate. So, and the same applies to any other country. And if we're able to document and look for a platform to actually document the production, I think that can be used to also engage in learn from each other, knowledge sharing. For example, we have a big problem with sunburn in South Africa. Sunburn, the chair just mentioned about sunburn, issues. We still don't know. We don't know. We just try our best. How do we, go about it? Whether it's through training system or which other approach. But if we have a platform through which we can actually document the production of pomegranate worldwide, I know we rely on FAO and all that, but can we actually do it ourselves and use that platform to also learn from each other? The other aspect is, like Mr. Lee just mentioned, it's not only now about the fruit, it's about diversification of products or innovation of products. What else can you do with pomegranate aside just selling the whole fruit? Now there's a big market for even the use of the peel, pomegranate peel. What's the innovation in that area? How can you actually diversify the product and make money out of it through circular economy? I'm going to touch on some of these aspects because the more you go to innovate products, you have less quantity to deal with, but it's pricey. It's more money that you can make out of it. Of course, it requires input costs and all that. So we shouldn't focus, we shouldn't limit ourselves only on the pomegranate as a fruit anymore. In fact, the flowers, what can you do with the flowers of pomegranate? Because we do thinning of the flowers. So I think that's the, and like you said, it's not only pomegranate, that's the trend now in the world. Thank you very much.
Another question?
Another-
I think it's the last one.
Okay, yes.
I was wondering if you could briefly talk about the practices of thinning flowers and fruit in order to produce number one or high quality large fruit.
Is a very good question. And fruit thinning is encouraged for producing high quality. It is a practice that has been done for many fruit crops. Stone fruit, apple, thinning is done chemically or by hand. For pomegranate, also thinning is very important because pomegranate produce cluster flower. So you will see 3-4 flower actually your fruit actually stick together and grow. So I encourage if you want to have a better quality, you do thinning. And also we talk about the sunburn. When you do fruit thinning, try to remove those fruit that exposed to the sun. So by removing, actually you leave more resource for other fruit left on the tree that they can be better quality and also better size. Thinning is encouraged. So now if you have like a 4 or 5 years, a single trunk pomegranate is possibly that you can harvest about 100, 150, or maybe more. Even this is a minimum that I'm talking about, 100, 150 good fruit under the canopy. And also when the thinning also is a time that you can do flower thinning, but I think fruit thinning would be a probably better approach. And when the fruit is about like the size of like a tennis ball or like a walnut, I think that's the good time to go and select. Also, it's very important to consider that pomegranate produce different peak of flower. So we have the first peak, second peak, and third peak. So it would be good to commercially for the high yield, you probably just keep the first peak, all the even size fruit, and remove those smaller fruit or flower because you want to harvest many fruit at the same time, reducing labor costs. I think it is encouraged.
Thank you so much, Halim. Thank you, all of you. Now, I think it's time for...
There's another question. I think we can have, if we have a few minutes.
If it's a very fast question,
As in some
Are there some commercial rooftop right now?
Sorry, what?
There are commercial rooftop so far.
Oh, commercial rootstock? No, no. I don't. I know Fernando talked to me about that. He has something under evaluation, but I think he's not released it yet. So he has some material really good. He told me about some for soccer and also for the diseases, I think. So he has something under evaluation, but we do not. Nothing is released yet.
Thanks so much. Now, I thank again Lee and all the attendees. Now it's time for lunch. The lunch is just outside this building, but before going to the restaurant, I kindly ask you to take a picture all together on the stairs, just in front of the main entrance of the post office. Okay, thanks again. If you want, you can leave your bags here. We can close the door. You can leave your bags inside the door. Sì, sì, sì, sì. Maybe you can put this here. They are very close to the screen.
Ok, questo è stato. E adesso guarda quando devi incablare questo. Okay. But if I put this, no.
But you still see the
It's
focus
on
will be
top.
on the
Okay. Ciao Rick.
street. I'm thinking of you.
Yes. I will appreciate it.
Good. Getting hot cold in here.
Yes. Compared to outside.
Yeah.
But I think this is nice period in between here. Because the hot part is already.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in your thing. You're talking about it.
Hi. They got quite a lunch. Yes. Not my TV there for This is okay. I mean, I can
Yes.
Sì, ok, meglio.
Yes, how are you?
For the presentation?
Yes, I have this. I would just want to put it directly, do not download it, but just directly from here.
Okay, so you don't want to put it on PC?
No, not
Okay.
now.
So, let me see.
You might need to take this, perhaps,
Maybe you can.
put it to like this.
Okay.
And this one here. There you go.
Okay, put this.
Okay, I'll tell you which one it is.
I don't know if this thing works. I hope so, because
You think it might work?
maybe this not. I don't know, because it's not our. It's from.
You have another report?
No, that's the problem. This is the problem. Because here we have another one, but I don't know.
You can, it doesn't go directly into it?
Because the problem is that if we put this,
yes,
you can't use
this. Ah, but I can use this.
You can use the.
Yeah, don't worry.
Ah, okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
No, that's not mine. It's
the other one. Okay.
Okay. Okay. It's this one here, right?
Yes.
So I have two versions. I want to see which one's the one that.
On the top.
Yes, this is version 1, version 2. Let me check the version 2, how it looks like. Okay, can we see it here?
Yes. Presentation mode.
Wait, before we do that, I want to say something. Just to be on the safe side. Okay, so we do here. In this one here, right? Okay, that's good. Huh?
Yes.
Okay, really good.
We are sorry, we are a little bit late.
No, don't worry. We're fine. If it's okay.
I hope you enjoyed the lunch.
I did. But what I'm saying is, we can still wait, no? For the people to come back.
Yeah, a couple of minutes.
Yeah, because
Yes. We don't want to be delayed.
We are together in Palermo.
Yes.
Yes. So from Palermo to Bari.
I didn't inform thank you for the invitation. Yes, it was good. No? The meeting was
Unfortunately, they were just a few hours because I live in Catania. They had a meeting in the afternoon. So we arrived within 3 hours.
Quello di qua poi devi mettere
Yes. What's your name?
Ferdinando qua.
Nice to meet you.
From
Texas. Yes.
Texas Pomegranate.
Well, this is a collaboration with Professor Giancarlo Colletti.
Yeah, post harvest.
Yes.
Pre harvest.
You're pre-harvest.
Pre-planting.
Before post-harvest. And actually, it's very important because many of the things that we see in post-harvest depends on
Everything's connected.
Yes. So, Fernando, what do you?
I have a lecture in afternoon.
Okay, nice.
I studied 95 varieties. Short description, then
I like the cutie berries.
I have to
I need to talk to you because it's a big.
I would like to talk to you.
Okay.
I have a very strong very strong.
Kiwi berries are a big thing in the United States. Very good flavor, but it's coming from New Zealand.
Yes, I know everything.
You know everything.
Yes, I show you later that my are you coming to the owner?
No, not in this trip because I have to go back to the US tomorrow. Yes, it's too short.
Anyway,
But I can always come back.
yes, anyway, so this is the way to Bari. Some of my selection, there, some red, some green. My
You have some red ones? The kiwi berries?
the best is tasty reds. They're not ripe yet on the
three. Yeah, you read, but yes.
Very nice. So you guys are not exporting to other countries?
No, I'm looking for customer all over the world. By the right for best all over the world. I think this is the problem. Museum conference, they are working, they manage the rights starting now. This is already good. I am looking for the people that trust in the this is more positive than negative.
No, I think so. I think so because it's flavor is unique. It's very aromatic. It's like a snack.
You are my man.
I
I have a portfolio of 10 varieties.
But you know what? What's interesting is that I don't know much about the post-harvest. It would be important to see
No matter. No. Tomorrow. I give you.
Yes, yeah. Let's talk about it. Okay.
Do you understand? I think we can start because, or you can use even. Good afternoon. Back to the conference. I know maybe the lunch was very good, and we took a little bit of time. So this is the second keynote of the day by Luis Cisneros Zevallos. So the keynote lecture is Ask Scalding Pomegranates in a stress-induced senescence event, triggered by water loss, exacerbated by low AH, and attenuated by low oxygen. So the presentation of Cisneros from the Department of Horticultural Sciences of the Texas University. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. So what I noticed is that it's sometimes a little bit hard to hear back over there. So I'm going to try to find the right distance. Can you hear me from here? Perfect. Sounds good. So I'm going to put it right here. If I do something wrong, just let me know. Okay. So my name is Luis Cisneros. I'm a professor at Texas A&M University. I've been there for many years now. Background from Peru and also UC Davis. So I'm a PhD from UC Davis. And today, what I want to do is share with you an interesting topic that has to do a lot with quality on pomegranates and relates to this phenomena called Hass-Scald, which affects the post-harvest life of these products and eventually will affect the marketability and the quality of these products around the world. So I'm going to give you a little summary of what we're going to do because I only have 30 minutes. So I'm going to pinpoint at those slides that I believe are important. And then at the end, we'll start a discussion. So basically, what I want to convince you today is that this thing we call Hass-Scald, which was known to be a physiological disorder, really what it is a stress-induced senescence program that takes place. I'll talk about the differences between one event and the other. But its importance is because if we understand the mechanism, Then we will understand very interesting ways to control this problem. I'm very into the philosophy that if we know or we understand mechanisms, then it's possible to come out with novel technologies, okay? So that's gonna be basically the message of my presentation. Let's see, where are the slides here? Okay. So first thing I'm gonna do is talk a little about the background of these products. As we heard in the first presentation by Lee, there's a lot of good stuff from these fruits, and that's the reason why there's an important demand. And this demand will continue because of its unique health properties. However, that's part of the story. The other part of the story is that we have this issue, that these products suffer during post-harvest life, either if it's a chilling injury because the products were stored at very low temperature, or either this husk scald, which is basically this browning of the surface that happens at higher temperatures. So we're in a very difficult situation with fruit because in both cases, in a broad range of temperatures, the quality is being affected. But there is a difference between one and the other. So from this work, what we knew, or we saw, or we summarized, was that anything below 5 degrees Celsius suffers this chilling injury, which is an issue on the surface as well as inside the tissue. And it takes months to develop. In the case of husk scald, the issues start at a higher temperature, which is a temperature that's recommended for a longer shelf life. But the problem is that it also develops this brown discoloration on the surface, but it doesn't affect the internal quality. So that's the uniqueness about this. But seldom you see fruits that have these big problems in both scenarios, which is a big problem. So this is a very nice model to deal with, to come out with a mechanism or at least understanding of how things work to be able to develop novel technologies. So if you follow me, we have this big question. We understand that it affects marketability, and we understand that internal quality is not affected. Then the question is, how can we resolve this problem? There is technologies that have been always in post-harvest, I would say, as tools that people utilize, but it's a trial and error thing. So that's fine because we always do that with different crops. But the truth is that nowadays, if you really want to be more efficient, we need to understand those mechanisms. So in this work, what we did, and this is a collaboration, I have to state this, very important. This is a collaboration between us and Dr. Giancarlo Colelli's group. And this is part of the research that my postdoc, former student, Masha Magumi, which is here present, and I'll introduce her at the end of the presentation, who did this work, and we discussed in many opportunities what would be the best way to approach this. So what we did, we combined biochemistry, chemistry, plant physiology, and molecular biology to be able to elucidate this issue. So to be able to do something like this, to understand how husk scald develops, we basically did 3 different experiments. We stored them at different temperatures, at different relative humidities, and we ended up using controlled atmospheres as a way to demonstrate what we found previously. So earlier in the process, we published this paper. And the reason why we published this paper is because we found for the first time that there was a hormone that was related, we thought, that was related to all these issues that we were seeing with husk scald, with this browning on the surface. And it was ABA. And we asked the questions, could it be an ABA signaling? Is it possible that that's the route? Now, I have to say that as we were doing this work, there were other groups in Spain, in Israel, South Africa, they were also doing this kind of work. So we are all looking for the same issues. So what we found earlier in this work was that despite that we were storing these products at very high humidities, which means that you're losing a very small amount of water, we stored it at different temperatures, But what we saw is that 11 degrees Celsius was really conditioning this issue about Hasse-Skald. When we started at lower temperatures, we were having those internal problems that we saw earlier, the chilling injury. And when we started in something in between, we were having both problems. So this is an issue because it goes the whole range. It's a very, very tough fruit to deal with. So I'm going to show you, even though I'm not going to really put emphasis on the different graphs because that's not the message that I want to show you. I just want to pinpoint at least at one specific graph from the different graphs that I will be showing you. I want you to focus on panel A. That's the most important one. And panel A tells us how these fruits at different temperatures were losing weight. Okay, this is the key, losing weight. This is the trigger of the whole problem. And you can see that the weight increases, the weight loss increases through time during storage. Despite that, they were stored at 95% relative humidity. Because as you know by physics, or physical chemistry, if you want to call it this way, there is a vapor pressure difference. Despite that the relative humidity can be high, you still have a strong driving force at higher temperatures. So that's the reason why there was more water loss for those fruits stored at higher temperatures, despite that they all had 95% RH. Okay? It's very important. So in the following slides, we deal with a bunch of things like respirations. We looked at total phenolics. We looked at electrolyte leakage. We looked at ABA values, and you can see in panel C how things were increasing through time, that ABA, that hormone, okay? And finally, when we collected all that data, we decided, because it was surprising for us that ABA was increasing. We saw that water loss, and we said, okay, when water loss increases, usually ABA is mediated, or it mediates the process, or it's a result of that. So we started correlating ABA with weight loss, browning index that indicates that browning on the surface with weight loss, and then that skull incidence with weight loss, everything correlated. But as you know, one thing is correlation, the other story if it's really causing it. That's the reason we were not very firm in the title saying ABA is causing this. We just put a question mark, okay? But this is very important. Now, this is the graph that I like, the diagram. Because the diagram summarizes everything that those figures, were showing. I like the figures we needed to be the science part, but this is the one that explains things. So let me explain to you what's going on. So when water loss, when those fruits are exposed in storage to weight loss, because of that vapor pressure difference that I was mentioning, that ABA increases, okay? And that ABA basically increases reactive oxygen species. That's oxidative stress. So we measure those things. So we know that oxygen, through that enzyme called NADPH oxidase, converts it into superoxide radical. And that superoxide radical, through superoxide dismutase, converts it into hydrogen peroxide. So if you ever heard that reactive oxygen species, radicals, are bad, this is the way it's produced. So when those radicals are formed, it's not that they're completely bad because we have them too in our bodies. Plants have them too. If they're within a certain concentration, they tell the plants what to do. They're a signal, okay? They tell the cells, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do that. But if those radicals starts increasing too much, then it starts damaging the tissue. And that's what we call oxidative stress. So those radicals are increasing, and what they do is they start triggering certain transcription factors in certain genes, and they start synthesizing more phenolic compounds. That's a natural response whenever you have oxidative stress, okay? For example, have you ever cut an apple, and then after a while you've seen that they turn brown, right? Well, that's what's going on. You have phenolics being synthesized because of the cutting process due to oxidative stress. But at a certain point, that same radical starts affecting a lot of membranes within those cells and affects the compartmentalization within those cells. So things that should not be mixing now start mixing, phenolics with enzymes. And when you mix phenolics with enzymes, you get the brown development. Same thing that you see when you cut an apple or when you cut a piece of lettuce and you leave it there for a few days, a couple of days, have you noticed that it turns brown on the edges? Same phenomenon, okay? So this is what we found in this model, and this is what summarizes that first part of the work. Okay, so that tells part of the story. Let's continue. So the second part of the story was, I think we are on the right track. Why don't we do similar experiment, but this time, let's really decrease the relative humidity into something that nobody usually does, because we would have to be crazy to do this, right? So we put some fruits at 55% relative humidity. That would have to be very crazy, right? If the industry does that. And then we do the standard 95% relative humidity. And we did everything at 11 degrees Celsius because we know that that's the temperature that elicits this problem. And we sort them for 0, 20, 50, and 70 days. And you can see that the degree of that browning changes. It's faster at lower relative humidity. So again, I want to show you this graph. I'm going to go just focus on panel A. And you can see there that the weight loss is much, much higher than the weight loss at 95 in relation to 55. Then all the rest of the graphs that you see there, respiration, firmness, marketability, everything's related within those effects of relative humidity. So I'm going to show you more graphs. I'm going to skip some of these because, again, there's a lot of biochemistry, a lot of chemistry, a lot of molecular biology. So I'm going to skip some of these things. Some genes, we measure some genes related to some of those key elements, but we go back to the graph again. Okay, so I'm gonna, if you follow me, I'm gonna tell you how we went from that initial graph to this new graph. There's no contradiction, it just goes more in depth. So let me show you. So whenever we have that weight loss, now what we know is that even though we know that ABA increased, really what triggers everything is jasmonic acid. You just need a little bit of jasmonic acid to initiate the process. So jasmonic acid is the one that triggers that NADH oxidase enzyme that we saw before. And it also triggers ABA. And ABA is the one that really pushes the cart, the whole thing. So now you have a lot of reactive oxygen species accumulating, and that ROS, that reactive oxygen species, creates a feedback loop. That means that it makes ABA increase even further. That's the reason why ABA starts increasing. So if we were able to go back, just for, so you can believe me, because I don't want to, let's say, where's ABA? Where are you, ABA? Let's see, there, you see ABA over there? In panel F, right? So you can see how exponentially that ABA goes up. You see that? Through time. When you have something going out exponentially, it's because very likely you're having that feedback loop that you see there. Okay? So we have that ABA feeding back that ROS, and through that ROS, you elicit all those expressions, genes necessary to synthesize phenolics from that carbon source. And then at the same time, you have that ROS increasing the levels of ABA and jasmonic acid. And jasmonic acid is a hormone that elicits the program of cell death. So it's a cell death program. That means it's senescence. It's telling the it's telling the cells, let's commit suicide, basically, apoptosis, if you remember. So you're having all this process taking place, memory lipid peroxidation, cellular decompartmentation, the programmed cell death. And when a cellular decompartmentation takes place, PPO is being released, and it combines with those phenolics to be able to polymerize and produce that browning. Exactly what you see when you cut a piece of apple. Okay? But this happens through time and slowly. Because it's not that the cells are dying quickly, they're dying slowly. It's not like when we cut an apple that we see it right in front of our eyes, how it turns brown. It's the same phenomena, it's just slowly. So think about it. It's very complex. It's a very complex system that happens through time after a few days. After a few weeks. So this is a proposal that, This is a proposal that Haskell is a stress-induced senescence. It's not a physiological disorder. A physiological disorder is a change in quality that happens, but it's not programmed. It's not mediated necessarily by these programmed cell death process, necessarily. They overlap sometimes in the definition, but it's very distinct one with the other. Okay? So all the things that I described to you are basically enumerated in this list. So we understand, at this point, so let me go back to show you one thing. I'm going to put emphasis on one thing so you understand where we were heading as a group, as a research objective. When you have a mechanism, it's easier to target the kind of technology that you want to develop. So just look at this and tell me, where do you think controlled atmospheres would work? Low oxygen, for example, from all this thing that you see here. Do you see that where it says NADH oxidase, there's an oxygen there? You see it? Okay, if I eliminate that oxygen, very likely I'm going to eliminate everything. Things are not going to happen. Do you agree with that? In theory. Let's see if it's true. So by looking at the mechanism, I can tell, what if I stop that? Maybe if I stop that, I will not have those radicals form. I will not have that feedback loop. AB is not going to increase. The Phosphonic acid is not going to increase. I'm not going to have the programmed cell death, and I'm not going to have that browning, in theory. So let's see. So we made that experiment. Look what? We had the air developing through time. We had that low oxygen, which is about 3% oxygen. And we had low oxygen plus CO2, which is about 10% CO2. So oxygen, 3% plus 10% CO2. And look, those beautiful results after 85 days. No Haskell development. Okay, it's very important. So we looked at the mechanism, we targeted exactly what we wanted, and it worked. So obviously, again, you can see that the three, because we're doing this at the same temperature. This is different. So that means that they all experience the same amount of weight loss, right? 95% relative humidity, all of them, same amount of weight loss. So then you can see in the different panels how the controlled atmospheres, either if it's oxygen or oxygen plus CO2, really diminishes or attenuates those changes. So I'm going to skip some of these slides, but the results are there. And we go back, same thing with the gene expression. We go back to the diagram. So look where controlled atmosphere is working. Controlled atmosphere is basically blocking the presence of oxygen. With 3% oxygen, very low levels of oxygen. And when you have that, then you block everything. because you understand exactly where things are working. Okay? Now, if you ask me, is this the only way to attenuate Haskell? Not necessarily, because there's a lot of publications out there in the literature that tells us this worked, this worked, this worked. The thing is that the people that did those studies, in many cases, did not propose a mechanism. So they just said, this works. But now we can understand how they work because we understand the mechanism. So if you allow me, through these papers that are already published, we take this diagram. This diagram summarizes, because it was a review paper, what I just showed you before, these are review papers that you can find in the internet to talk about these things. But in one of those review papers is the process of how Haskell develops based on this oxidative stress mechanism that we were proposing. And we put on the sides, in the middle, we put how the stress, how the development of the process took place. Water loss, oxidative stress, membrane integrity loss, protein biosynthesis, Haskell disorder. It should really be saying Haskell senescence, induced senescence. But there you see the technologies that exist. MAP, coating, field wrapping, very likely working at the water loss level. CA, MAP, coating, working at oxidative stress level, attenuating the levels of oxygen and the whole thing. Intermittent warming, which some people do, yes, because that can affect membrane integrity and produce heat shock proteins and other stuff that can protect the whole process. You can see there as well. And you can even use chemicals as inhibitors for specific enzymes if you understand the mechanism. So, to summarize, that's the description of all the things I just mentioned. So, to summarize, Haskell is a major post-harvest disorder in pomegranates that impacts appearance and marketability, so that we know. It's a stress-induced senescence process. So this is what we're saying. We're saying something different. It's not just a regular disorder. It's a senescence process. It's going to happen anyway. It's going to happen. And the trigger is water loss. And you just need a little bit of water loss to start the whole process. Now, if you ask me, Luis, are there varieties that are resistant? Yes, they are resistant because in the process, they could have very strong antioxidant systems that avoid that oxidative stress. Or you can have that it doesn't produce too much PPO. Or it happens that they lost the ability to produce too much ABA or something within the mechanism that's not operating, okay? So it is a stress-induced senescence triggered by water loss involving those hormones, ABA, testosteronic acid, and the oxidative stress pathways. So that we know. Low relative humidity and high temperature do increase water loss, reactive oxygen species and browning. So we know that as well because we showed it. CA attenuates Haskell very effectively. Now we understand. Now it's not how you say in Iranian alaki, right? It's not alaki. This is rostaki, which means it's true, it's real. So that means that when you apply control atmospheres, you really attenuate Haskell. You do it. And we proved it scientifically. The proposed model explains how hormonal signaling, ROS, membrane damage, and somatic browning interact during Haskell progression. So this model fits the idea about that induced senescence process. It's very important. And finally, if we understand these mechanisms, it supports the development of targeted post-harvest strategies to preserve food quality. I think the most important message is this one here. This one here. And the reason why I say this is because, believe it or not, and it's not exclusive to pomegranates, it's exclusive to anything in post-harvest. We have a lot of tools out there for avocados, for blueberries, for pomegranates, a lot of stuff out there. But we don't understand the mechanisms. So we're doing trial and errors, we apply this. But if we understand the mechanism, then we go directly to the spot and we know it will work. So that's the major message that I would like to share with the younger students or people, or even for the industry, if they want to put emphasis on resolving problems, and for the colleagues as well, because we're always learning something new. So that's all I wanted to share with you. And if you have any questions, and just to put emphasis that this is a work of collaboration with Giancarlo Colelli's group at the University of Foggia, a very good friend of mine for many years. And most importantly, this presentation is based on the PhD work of Masha Magumi, who is right now here. Why don't you stand so they can meet you, Masha? So she's a postdoc, which is one of those collaborations that we have overseas, and it was very productive. And these papers are going to come out in a few weeks, a couple of weeks or so. So if you have any questions, I will be glad to entertain you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Luis. We have time for 1-2 questions.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really nice. So to understand well, you mentioned that 95% of the
Can you do me a favor? Can you put a microphone about this distance?
Hello? Yeah. So 95% humidity, that's for low atmosphere, on 11 degrees storage, gives the best results. And you got
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you.
So, regarding...
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That's a question. I'm from commercial side. You mentioned, as I understood well, that 95% humidity plus control atmosphere.
Yes.
Storage in 11 degrees giving the best efficient results against excess, correct?
Yes.
What about ground move, for example?
What about what?
Ground move.
Decay crown.
Oh, you mean decay? You mean decay? Yes. Well, yes. So that's a good question. That CO2, those CO2 levels of 10%, may take care of those issues when you go to a certain level, because as you know, when you get to a certain level with CO2, it could have effects on some of these fungi. But keep in mind that I didn't say this, but when we compared that 3% oxygen with 3% oxygen plus 10% CO2, the results were very similar, physiologically speaking, which tells us that oxygen is the main I would say, element working in controlled atmosphere here. The CO2 goes along with it, but may need to control what you're saying, things like fungi and other issues that could take place. So that's a good question. Yes. Any other questions? Yes.
I want to congratulate for the very nice presentation that you offered. But I wonder why you do not test the typical shelf life temperature, because you conducted all your experiment at 5, 11, or 8 degrees centigrade, but you did not try 20 degrees centigrade. And for example, we found that weight loss were less at 5 degrees centigrade than at 8 degrees centigrade because of the low temperature. But at low temperature that can induce chilling injury, when you move the fluid to 20 degrees centigrade, probably, very likely, you would get more weight loss than at 8 degrees centigrade if you would move the fruit at 220 degrees centigrade. So that most of the damages from chilling injury, you can detect them when you move the fruit at warm temperature than at low temperature. So I think that maybe it would better, maybe we use give better to obtain better results if you test chef-large temperature.
Yeah. Okay. So let me see if I can answer that question. Whenever you do experiments, I had a professor back there at Davis, Michael Solvay. He used to say, "Don't limit yourself whenever you choose parameters to demonstrate an issue, a concept." So in this case, we wanted to work at the conditions that we work because it would accelerate the process of seeing things. That's one point. So we did not do chilling injury studies. That was not the objective. We wanted to work in that range of temperature where we knew how scald will develop. But we pushed the fruit to its limit, which is 11 degrees Celsius. We could have stored it at 8. Yes, we could have. We could have stored it at 9. Yes, we could have, but we didn't want to. We wanted 11 to see those results faster. But if it works at 11, it works at 9 or at 8. That's the point. Now, what you were describing is a different phenomenon. You were saying if the product is at chilling temperature, suffers chilling injury, but you don't see it, right? But when you put it at higher temperatures, it manifests the chilling injury. Yes, that happens with many fruits. And pomegranate is not the exception. But this is a different story. This is a fruit that has been stored at 11 from the beginning. It could have been 8, 9, 7 from the beginning, and this is what you will see. Chilling injury is a different phenomenon. Now, if you ask me, do people understand about chilling injury? Do they really understand the mechanism? It is, today September what? September 22, 2025. We still don't know the exact mechanism of chilling injury. We have some theories. Some people say it's the membrane, rigidity. Some people say it's the presence of superoxide radicals. But if you ask me if there's a thorough theory that explains how things happen, there isn't. September 22nd, 2025. We still don't know. But the day that we know, we will be able to resolve it or to understand how all these techniques work.
Thank you very much for your,
Thank you.
I think it's very for the informative and educative presentation. I think knowing the mechanism is very, very important, like you said, so that we know the kind of management process will take place.
Yes.
In this case, I was wondering if you look at what percentage of weight loss did you actually, is the fruit predisposed to scald?
Yes.
Because if you know that, then because the CA is very expensive.
Yes.
And then you are able to say, okay, my market is short,
Yes.
short distance. I don't need CA because I wouldn't have lost so much, weight to get that Oscar and all that. So did you?
Yes. Yes, we did. And actually, it's an interesting question because so there is a critical value. It really triggers, and it doesn't seem like at the beginning, but that's when all the other factors that we studied start kicking in. It's at the beginning, it's kind of like, no, it's not important. But then when you start looking at the whole process, you know exactly where it's starting. It's not an easy thing to control. Yeah. The advantage, and I understand that control atmosphere is expensive. I completely understand. But you have to see it from the point of view that you can have high levels of water loss and you can still control it with control atmospheres. Because the thing is that you're targeting a different site. You're not targeting the water loss, you're targeting downstream, something in the mechanism. And if you do it at that point, you can still hold it. So that's the beauty about the mechanisms, because in the mechanisms, you have many things, right? You can start from here, or down there.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We have another question.
Another question.
Wait, okay, the last one, or maybe in the other coffee.
What happens if we make storage control the atmosphere with the temperature of 1 or 2 degrees of centigrade? Which are the best parameter in order to save the quality of the surface of the
So if I understood well, what you're saying is that after controlled atmospheres, what happens if we take it out after controlled atmospheres, or no? It's difficult.
Control the atmosphere.
Yes.
Temperature of storage at 2 degrees or 1 degree of centigrade.
For chilling injury, you mean? For chilling, okay. That's a very good question. You're a smart man. You're going to the point of chilling injury area. Because when you store a fruit that low, and you could use controlled atmospheres. So here's my 2 cents, because I haven't studied this. My 2 cents is what I think. Can you hear me now? Yes? So what I'm saying is that in the case of controlled atmospheres and chilling injury temperatures, there are reports saying that it works. Okay? And if it works, if it's true that it works, it's because it's controlling some oxidative stress process. But I go back to this idea, what is causing chilling injury? And there's 2 big theories. One that says that the fluidity of the membranes change, and the other one that says that's oxidative stress. So if it's oxidative stress, controlled atmospheres will work. But we need to prove it from a mechanistic point of view. So that's my point. Here we proved it because we went through the details. Perhaps that's going to be the postdoc work of Mashad. Who knows?
Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to a scientific session, germplasm evaluation with Julian Racqual from Spain. It's your turn, Julian.
Let's take this out. Thank you.
We're going to start the first session called Plant Evaluation. The first presentation is for Ron Porat about quality, flavor, and vitamin indices of meta food and European resistant pomegranate variety.
Okay, this is also? Yes.
Okay, wish to thank the moderator and to thank both of the conveners of the conference from Bari University and from Catania University. and for all of the people who came to the conference. Okay, so I want to, in this conference, and also Luis for teaching us how to keep the microphone. I want to use this opportunity, giving this lecture, this presentation at this conference, in order to describe studies we did in a new pomegranate variety. We checked the quality, the flavor, and ripening indices of a new pomegranate variety called Neta, which is a very new early season pomegranate variety from the Volcani Institute. This research was conducted by all my collaborators from the Pomegranate Breeding Project. I think many people know Dr. Doron Holland. He's for many years leading a pomegranate breeder of pomegranates. And they're from the Neveya Research Center in Volcani Institute. And Orly Elimelech is my student, and myself from the Department of Post-Harvest Science at the Volcani Institute. Okay, so very short background. The Volcani Institute in Israel, we have a very quite large scale, or quite well known and large scale pomegranate breeding project. The pomegranate breeding project already released, resulted in the release of several early season varieties, the cultivars, Ako, Shani Unai, and Emek, which I saw are also grown here in Italy and also South Africa and other countries. And the breeding program recently released a new early season cultivar, which is named Neta. The official name is Neta NY, for Neta NY is for Neveyal, the official name. And this variety ripens about 2 to 4 weeks before all other varieties. So it's a very extremely early variety. This is the Neta variety. It has a deep red color, a good taste, soft seeds, and it's very early ripening. Currently in Israel, we have about 50 hectares or 500 dunams of commercial orchards, so just relatively a small scale. It's still under evaluation, but it became commercial. And our research goals were, one, to examine the changes in food quality and flavor during the ripening of this early season variety compared to Emek, which is the main commercial early season variety in Israel. So to see if it's really earlier than Emek or not in real commercial conditions, and to define ripening indices for this season, because one of the problems is when is the right time to harvest the fruit. So actually what we did, we conducted all kind of quality evaluations together with sensory evaluations, and actually wanted to know which indicators the fruit are tasty or good for being eaten, for consumption. Okay, the experimental plan. So the study was conducted in a 6-year-old Neta and Emek orchards, and 6-year-old trees. They were going in a commercial orchard in the south, in Mishmar HaNegev, it's the south part of Israel. And the fruit were harvested in 9 weekly intervals, from the beginning of July till the end of August. That's in the southern hemisphere. So for South Africa, it will be the opposite, of course. We checked the fruit appearance. We took pictures, the weight, the arrow weight, the color, TSS, flavor, also flavor profile, flavor acceptance of the fruits. Now it was very lucky that they planted these orchards. This is the orchard in this commercial orchard. So in the right side, this is the Neta variety, and the left side is the Emek variety. So the plants are the same orchard, same conditions, same age. So everything is very similar. So I harvested, you see the boxes every week. I took a box from these fruit and a box from these trees and could check the quality in very similar conditions. For the flavor set, we wanted to know when is the fruit proper for consumption. So we did a sensory test. So we checked what's called flavor acceptance. So we took the varieties and just people give scores from. So this is how it looks like. And we also did sensory tests with the trained panels, so they can give you data about sweetness, sourness, astringency, seed hardness, all the more specific parameters. Again, we correlated sensory data with all the other data we achieved. Okay, so the results. So fruit were harvested during 9 weeks. You see, from beginning of July, 8 July, every Tuesday I went to the orchard, bought the fruits. Every week from beginning of July till the end of August. This is the Netta variety, so you see it's actually became red from very early stages. And also inside and also the internal arrows are also red. And this is the Emek variety. It's more pink variety, and very late it also became more red, but it's generally more has a more pink color compared to the Netta variety. You can also, it's hard to see exactly, but also the fruit increases by size during the ripening. This shows the peel color. In this case, we have measured the U angle. So when it's a lower number, it's more reddish. So we check the Netta variety in blue and the Emek in the orange. So you see the color changed for Netta a little bit, but not very dramatically. For Emek, the color changed more than compared to the Netta. So again, the Netta is dark red, and the Emek it's more pinkish. We check the fruit weights. So both varieties, we see during the ripening period, the fruit weight increases. By the way, we didn't know, the farmer noticed the fruit is ripe. What happens if we leave it in the field? So if you leave it in the tree, it continues to increase by weight and also by diameter. Both varieties. So what we usually do, the farmers do with early varieties, they do selective harvesting. They harvest the bigger fruit, then they come again, let's say 2 weeks after, and harvest again in order for the smaller fruit to grow and become larger. In previous works, we did studies about finding ripening, when is the right time to harvesting ripening indices, and we found that RL weight is could be a very good ripening indices. Beginning, the arrows are very narrow and small, and then they become wider and get full of water and juice. So here also we can see that both varieties, the Netta and Emek, the RL weight increases during the ripening process, along the ripening process. We check TSS and acidity as internal quality parameters of the juice, of the extracted juice. So we can see for both varieties, beginning the TSS is very low, up till around the end of July, then the increase is very slight. In case of acidity, and you can see the TSS of the varieties, they reach until around 13–14%. Regarding the acidity, so for the Emek variety, both of these varieties are low acid variety. They are sweet varieties. I mean, they have low acidity. So you see, maybe instead of these two first early harvests, the acidity is very low, around 0.4%. So these are sweet varieties. So the acidity doesn't change much during the ripening process. Okay, so now the important part of this work, what I think, to my opinion, is the sensory evaluations. So every time we harvest the fruit, we tasted the fruit every week. So you can see the beginning, the flavor is terrible. From 1 to 9, the acceptance score, it's not edible. It's really not edible. But you can see the big difference between the Netta variety in blue, which actually became, so the red dashed line, represents an acceptance score of 6 from 1 to 9. So 6 is edible. Let's say very tasty would be 7, 7.5, 7, 8, but 6 is edible for us, or 5.5 or 6 is edible. So the Netta variety became edible, you see, the 22nd of July, again in the Northern Hemisphere, while the Emek variety only at 19 of August. So almost about 4 weeks difference. Emek variety, the Netta variety was suitable for consumption, for eating, 4 weeks before the Emek variety. I told, before we began this work, Doron Holland, he's the breeder, he showed me that this variety, in the conditions where the breeding process in the Veyav, it's 2 weeks earlier. And even then, I didn't really believe him too much. But then when I did this experiment, I was shocked by myself. It's ready to eat 4 weeks before the Emek, at least in these conditions. Maybe in other places it will be different. We did also this sensory test with a trained panel. So you can see these are the unripe fruits. So they have lack of sweetness. They're maybe sour. They're lack of fruitiness, a little astringents. But you can see how the patterns change. And here you can see the Netta fruit in blue. You can see already the 22nd of July. You see they're much more sweeter and much more fruity compared to the Emek. And the Emig variety only at the 19th of August became sweet and more fruity. I'm just about to finish. So again, this is the early harvest. You can see that the netta fruit are more sweet and fruity, and only later on also the Emig has also become sweet and fruity. Conclusions. Netta fruits are red, tasty, and have very soft seeds. I didn't mention that. Netta fruit ripen at the end of July. Most in Israel, many they're harvesting the first week of August, but actually could also be, again, it may change between seasons. And they harvest, they ripen about 2-4 weeks before Emig, which is the main early variety in Israel. This is the netta fruit, and maybe last slide. The ripening indices, we suggest to harvest fruit above 240 gram or 80 millimeter diameter. Arrow weight 0.25%, TSS above 30%. Peel color and acidity are not good in marketing indices. And this is my last slide, I think. This shows you the different early pomegranate varieties in Israel. So you can see the Emig, usually we harvest it during August or the beginning of September. Akko and Shani a bit later, during August, September. And actually Netta is ready at the end of July or beginning of August. So we can have different varieties, and then we can have different ripening periods. Just thank you to all the members of the pomegranate breeding program, to the growers and the farmers in Mishmar HaNegev, and to my master science students. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
What about the storage? How long does it keep after harvest?
Okay, so first of all, these are early varieties, so they don't need to be stored for a long time. Because we have later varieties, so you need just several weeks for marketing, right? Okay. The storage is good. The only thing is that also the Emig and also the Netta, they are very sensitive to chilling. So we recommend to store them at 12-14 degrees Celsius. So if you put it in the right, we use modified atmosphere packaging. We export in modified atmosphere packaging, 12-14 degrees, and it's okay.
Just a quick question. You indicated that 50 hectares that you planted were in the same area as the Emig.
Yeah, now most of the pomegranates are in the south of Israel. But by the way, just one more small comment that it's not always good to be too early, because what the farmers told us that they find it difficult to market the fruit in the Israeli market, at least, because people are used to buy pomegranates in September. We have this Jewish holiday. But yeah, the conditions we grow it was ripening 2-4 weeks before the Emig. Yeah.
Just a question on comparison between the two. Did you find the same production rates on the trees as for the Emig?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. This is still a relatively new variety. You still need to learn how to grow it. I think it's more or less similar. Maybe I think farmers are still maybe favoring Emig. Maybe the yield is a bit higher, but it still needs to. We need to learn how to grow the fruit in the trees. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron, for the presentation. I was wondering if you have any information about the origin of these varieties, clonal selection, maybe, or...
What are the parents? The parents of this variety? What are the parents? It's a cross. Yeah, it's a cross. I think it's a cross between Emig, which is the early variety, and I think some variety from India, which ripens all year around. So, one of the selections of this early ripening variety.
Okay, thank you.
Have you put this particular variety in trial in other places, for example, in California or other countries where they're looking for early pomegranates? Are you interested in setting up trials, research trials?
Yeah, it's relatively new, this variety. But yes, we have this business unit in the Vulcani Institute, and of course, everybody is invited to make contracts and get the variety and test it. And it's a good idea first to test it in your conditions to see how it produces there. Yeah.
No more question, but I have one. To
question.
You're the boss. You're the boss.
And the first one is, what about the black alternaria? Because you saw ARCO is very sensitive to alternaria.
I'm not aware about that. I didn't see a major problem with alternaria, but I don't know enough about that.
I remember maybe in China, when ago, you said that 25 grams per barrel was
yeah.
perfect. You say the same?
Yeah, so I think the arrow weight is a very important quality, because when the fruit is ripened, the arrows are full of juice. So really around 0.25 gram per arrow. That was what we do. We take 10 arrows and then we measure. So 2.5. So by average, 0.25 gram per arrow is probably quite good. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the second presentation is machine learning biasing classification of mechanistic cultivars using their multidimensional quality traits in order to aid researchers.
The next one. This is next. And check the time because there's no.
Okay, so this is the next.
Yes. This is next. Okay. Okay. Check the time. Let the time be.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Dr. Silwe Yajuma. I'm from University of Johannesburg in South Africa. So I will present to you our last work on pomegranate that has been conducted in collaboration with Dr. Toby from University of Greenwich in UK and Professor Paoli from University of Johannesburg. So our last work was about using machine learning to classify different pomegranate cultivar using the multiple dimensional quality attribute. So according to recent studies, global pomegranate market, it was valued around $8.2 billion in 2022, and is even projected to get around $23.8 billion by 2030. So this value is due to, or can be associated to, the distinctive sensorial quality of the fruit, and also the high quality of the fruit, which contain over 100 phytochemicals and has more, 3 times antioxidant activities of green tea or even red wine. So the value can also be associated with the commercial application of pomegranate, where it can be used in food industry, cosmetics, and other industries. So the consumption also has been increased recently or last decade in Western market. I think that has been also shown in this morning by our colleague from Florida. So in South Africa, the production has been estimated around 540,000 tons, according to the Pomegranate Association of South Africa. So we agree that pomegranate also has a kind of diversity in terms of cultivars, and that diversity can influence actually a lot in terms of management of post-harvest management, including the production, the shelf life potential also, and globally the market value. So for us, it's very important so that to classify the cultivars to be able to group them and use the appropriate techniques for the post-harvest management. So that's why we think that if we efficiently classify pomegranate cultivars, we will be able to optimize the production and utilization of pomegranate. We will also be able to improve post-harvest management by grouping actually some cultivars based on their similarity, and also enhance the processing technologies. So the classification, or I mean, efficient classification of pomegranate can also help to increase the market value throughout proper cultivar distinction. So the classification is already done, but we can see that we are still some challenges in terms of classification, where the current challenges will be around the morphological descriptors we are using to classify pomegranate cultivars. The limitation of those descriptors is they are limited because it's subjective. It depends on the person who is doing the classification. So to overcome those challenges, conventional statistical techniques have been used, and such as ANOVA or PCA to classify pomegranate cultivars. But the challenge with those techniques, even if they are objective and also effective, they are limited by the nature of the data that we can get from pomegranate. I mean the biological based data set. The characteristic of those type of data is they are mostly the statistical tools, conventional one, I mean, they are more efficient when it's come to use or to be applied to linear data. But with biological data, we have some challenges there based on the complexity of the data, the non-linearity of the relationship between the characteristic of the fruit. So we think that we have some opportunities by using machine learning to classify pomegranate cultivars so that we can optimize, like I said earlier, the post-harvest management. So the motivation, I mean, the goal for this study was to investigate the potential of machine learning, so to be specific, supervised learning models to classify 8 commercially grown pomegranate cultivar in South Africa using the quality attribute actually. So the objective was to train and evaluate different models. And here we use the KNN, meaning key nearest neighbors, the support vectors, machine learning, and the multi-layer perceptron models. So after training and evaluating the models, we identified the best performing models, and those models can be used to, to provide objective and non-subjective methods or tools for accurate classification of pomegranate cultivars. In this study, we were focusing on these cultivars that we have here. Right. So the data that we used was based on these cultivars. 15 fruit for each cultivar were collected randomly, and the properties, physical, textural, and biochemical properties were evaluated on the whole fruit, the arrays, and the kernels. so that we can include all the properties of the fruit to classify the cultivars. So the methodology that we use in this study, we first collected the data from the fruit and cleaned those data. So proceed by managing the mixing data. Also, the inconsistency in the data was also addressed and removed or addressed using an appropriate techniques for outliers. So basically, for machine learning, the data that we collected 15 data points from each cultivar, and that 15 is actually very low to be able to apply a machine learning model. So we did augment the data size by using conventional generative adversarial network. So after that, we know that the parameters that we are dealing with, they don't have the same unit, so we need to scale the features, those parameters, so that we can apply an effective model to that. But is that not enough? We were dealing with around 50 parameters from each cultivar. So, and those 50, they are too much for a model to perform. So we need to select the most relevant features or parameters from the fruit. And in this case, we did use three different methods to optimize the selection of the features. The classification was done by dividing the data into two data sets. 80% of our data was used to train the model and 20% to test the model, to test if the model is working. So I will go a bit fast as we are off of time now. The results show that our three models that we tested in this work, they were actually performing with accuracy estimated around 80 or even more than 98% for all the models, for both training and testing data sets. We can also see that the KNN and the SVM were performing better comparing to the third model. So to be more specific about the performance of each model, so we can see here the first two models, the KNN and SVM, they perfectly classify all the cultivars that we tested in this way, except the Arecta and the Robi, meaning those two variables are so close in terms of composition to be distinguished by the models. But when it comes to the third model, in addition to failing to the first, on Arecta and Robi, they also failed to classify distinctively molar the HA and the ACO. So it means that the KNN and the SVM can be used for they are more reliable in terms of classifying the cultivars. So here we compare this result to a previous study that we already published also, and we could find that in that study we use clustering model, so hierarchical clustering, and we can group the models without being able to identify which one is failing in terms of distinction. So it's actually showing that the machine learning can be efficiently used to optimize the classification of pomegranate. So to conclude, let's say our all model that we treated in this work, they actually perform better, and the KNN and SVM were actually the most reliable model for real-world application. And we can also see that this study suggests that we still need additional features or more exploration to be able to distinguish Arecta and Robi cultivars. So, in terms of implication, this work can lead to a targeted breeding program and also be used to optimize post-harvest management, enhance processing strategies, and actually increase the marketing approaches. So here we have our group. If you want to get involved with us and you are interested in our work, so that we can interact from them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thanks.
Any question?
One question, two questions actually I have. One, the production amount in South Africa, maybe I'm wrong, I get about 501,000 pounds. Is that right? Or?
Yeah, production. Is the production.
Sorry, that number is correct.
Okay.
I think probably, based on probably 45,000 tons is probably the right number.
Okay.
And then the other question, which of those 8 varieties are mainly grown in South Africa?
Which?
Which of these the 8 varieties that you use for your research?
I'm not even getting the question.
Yes, let me answer. So this work was based on the work done almost that was 2010 when I was in my PhD, when we had all the study the country, and I was able to do classification of the different cultivars. So the purpose of this study was to, Ron presented just now classification how to separate one cultivar from the other. The purpose of this study was to see, and we actually use a different approach in classifying our cultivars. Because we know different cultivars will always be introduced to the market. Out of these 8 now, we probably have, I think even MF is not the MF, Apple, and one that those are the major cultivars that we are aware of now in the country. But some of these Ghanaians cannot even find others. But the basis here is, can we have a modeling approach where we can have a rapid way of differentiating cultivars? Because this model can actually be deployed into an app where you are able to scan the fruit and then you know what the fruit is and the cultivar is. That's the purpose of this. So he used historical data to develop this, but then it can form a basis of discriminating cultivars that might be introduced into the country.
Thank you very much.
Does that answer your question?
We don't have any more time, sorry. We'll postpone the question for the coffee break. Thank you very much.
At the coffee break.
The coffee break, maybe people ask you.
Okay.
Well, one more before coffee break. The presentation is first description of Wikipedia genotype selected from the Eastern Mediterranean region of the Senavian map.
You can use this pen to go up and down, but please point it to the computer, okay? And you have 10 minutes, and please check the time, okay? There's a time like that, okay? Thank you very much.
Their researchers and their participants I am Cenap Yılmaz from Turkey, Eskişehir. Subject, first description of 20 prickly pear genotypes selected from eastern of Mediterranean region of pear, a cactus plant, is a fruit is widely grown in Mediterranean Asian regions, especially in coastal zone of Turkey, and is especially popular and consumed in southern coastal regions of Turkey. Although there is no regular orchard in Turkey at present, nowadays maybe there is some small orchards, maybe, but not big. Or there's no big orchard in Turkey. It's mostly found as a hedge plant on the edge of all sides of main agriculture areas as scattered or collective plantations. These plants and plantations are generally owned and their fruits are consumed or marketed by them. In recent years, these types of light, salty or arid or semi-arid areas have been attempt to establish a regular orchard, but a few maybe in Turkey. You can see prickly pear grown area in Turkey, especially Mediterranean regions by the sea, because sensitive to low temperature, the plant. Mainly grown area, Mersin, blue area, and next Adana and Antalya, Adana orange, Antalya green area. In the city, in August, prickly pear marketing directly for consumption. Roadsides marketing prickly pear in Turkey, and edge plants as edge plants in citrus orchards, you can see, and small plantations, not orchards, roadsides area, some areas of in Mediterranean regions. Some plants are very tall, some plants very small, but we have found in Adana, especially in Adana, very, very tall plants we have found, about 7 or 9, maybe 10 meter high. This area in Tarsus of Mersin province of Turkey, this area has very high prickly pear production in Turkey. This area very I can't say. Mountain area, not soil, this area. This experiment aimed to determine the yield and phenological and morphological and homological characteristics of 20 superior prickly pear genotypes selected from Eastern Mediterranean of region of Turkey. The material of this experiment will consist of prickly pear genotypes selected from Adana, Mersin, Hatay, and Osmaniye province in Turkey between 2011 and 2014 within the scope of TÜBİTAK project. We have found big projects, selection project in 2014, and next we have found 103 genotypes. We have found 103 genotypes prickly pear this area in this area, and next we establish a plot for adaptations in Mersin, Erdemli, Mersin, Alata Horticulture Research Institute. And next, after growing plants, we have organized second projects for breeding. These 20 prickly pear genotypes with highest weighted rating score above 300 points, and clododes and fruits with least thorns among the 103 prickly pear genotypes selected in the previous projects will be used as material. These first selections area, locations of selected 103 prickly pears genotypes. Close up these locations. For 3 years, we have selected. And the material of these three experiments, 20 prickly pear genotypes of locations. These genotypes names refers first number province Mersin, 33 Mersin, 31 Hatay, 101 Adana refers. And for this purpose, phenology, yield, morphological, and pomological characteristics of 20 prickly pear genotypes under Mersin Erdemli ecology conditions were examined in 2023 years. This project is going on now, not has finished. These preliminary results for first year results, and at the same time we examined of these prickly pears in chemical properties and aromatic properties. These phenologic stages of dates of prickly pear genotypes in the trial. When phenologic stage of 20 prickly pear genotypes are examined, it's seen that bud bursting is between 14 April and 19 April. The beginning of flowering is between 2nd of May and 8th of May days. The end of flowering is between 29 May and 7th of June. The first fruit set between 8th of May and 11th of May. The first harvest date is between 1st of August and 4th of August. Last harvest date is between 28 August and 7th of September. Plantate range very small to very high, and plant width, cladode length, cladode width, cladode thickness examined. Yield has found range 5 kilogram and 17 kilogram per plant. Fruit number 61 and 138 range. Fruit weight, fruit width, fruit length, peel thickness, pulp weight, pulp ratio, TSS, tetrable acidity, and pH was examined. I will firstly.
And you go back to the fruit weight.
And next, end of first year examination, we has found superior genotype, 33 DI 57 Mersing genotypes, and again Mersing genotypes 17. And thirdly, Adana genotype 7 we has found. Thank you.
Tuna or people here is a very interesting growth for areas.
Yes.
Now for this session. Any questions?
What about two types without spines, without tones? Do you find any two types without
Two types spines, yes, yes, yes.
The quality of those is good or average or very low quality of the foods? Good enough for commercialization. The two ones that we have without spine.
How do you see if they have spines?
Yes. On cladodes, there are no any thorn, but on fruits there is thorn. Yeah. We haven't found any no thorn of fruits.
All right, thank you. I would like to know, do you experience any problem with cochineal of the hectares? And my second question is, what do you do with the fruits that you harvest? Are you trying to establish at least a full orchard with those phenotypes of the culture specifically, as you would say, it's a maybe 2 or 10 hectare orchard that we will produce this certain cultivar and then market it to the world.
In Turkey, prickly pear production very low level, very low amount. Maybe one or 5 between 1 or 5,000 stone maybe maybe very, very low production in Turkey.
The last one, maybe? No? Okay. In order to keep the fellow, only 30 minutes you will complete. Okay?
Thank you. Io l'ho fatto durante la pausa pranzo, quindi penso che si possa fare.
This is there.
Yes, I have to do one thing, but you can ask me.
No, we can talk later.
Ah, okay.
Anyway,
sorry for...
it's fine.
Okay, no, because we are just pointing to the... Maybe you sorry. I had to say it, sorry. Yes, we can talk later. We can talk later. If you...
Yeah, we definitely. Are you from this university?
I am from Bari University.
Bari?
Yes.
This one?
This one, yes, this city. Okay. Then the university is not here. Is like 3 or 4 kilometers far from here, but the city is the same. So.
Then why? Which one is this?
This is an old structure, and it was the old, post office.
Post office.
Yes,
Yeah.
the old post office, like of 1950,
Okay.
60s, and then it changed.
Oh, I thought the university
Yeah.
in this area.
Then it a conference.
Oh.
Yes, it's a strange history. It's strange.
But I saw some Univa.
Unique, yes, because it's also the studio when everybody from the University of Bari come for studying and. Okay, so I got this thing, then we can check later. Okay. We transfer.
Some pomegranates. Some pomegranates. 74 years.
Sabahın şimdi.
This guy said just now that South Africa exports $540,000. I said, where are you from?
I think that the idea in this presentation maybe is you and me work with yeah, 20 years or 10 years later, okay, showing some types of attention. And after this time, we decided to choose what was the better. We think.
Oh, the sea, I don't know. You have to go back and work. You can sit there without it. Come on.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the idea is we have a collection, a very big collection, but we have common. It's 95, right? This is like more for the idea is show, which is the conclusion after 10 years of publication.
Yes, perfect. I hope to be able to say that.
Sei da solo?
Okay.
Però domani io ci tengo. Non ho mandato, mi ha tante volte Paolo.
I think I'm going to go to the public.
Eccoci qua.
Lei è il prossimo?
Sì.
Ok.
Mi fai provare?
Sì.
E soprattutto la ficcetta che mi piace.
Ok,
Ecco.
allora. Adesso non c'entra.
Cosio, bravo. Sì, quella lì.
Vogliamo andare alle ultime slide così non spoileriamo?
Sì. Non torna per l'inizio.
All'inizio?
Io per fare all'inizio dove faccio?
Allora, questa è la presentazione. Ci metto un po'. Ok, questa. Molto semplicemente, freccetta in giù, va alla prossima slide.
In giù.
Però mi raccomando, deve puntarla al PC.
Io guardo qua a questo punto. No, per la luce per
la luce è questa.
Va bene. Eventualmente se questo
se lei non vuole usare la pennina può benissimo fare così. Su e giù. Ok? A questo punto io lascerei la proiezione.
Sì.
Chiaramente le dico anche che c'è il timer di 10 minuti e quando azionerò il timer lei potrà vedere i minuti che
Sì, bene. Io a 15 minuti compresa la cosa.
10 minuti per l'esposizione, poi ci sono 5 minuti per le domande.
Sì, qua sempre.
Qui?
Okay. Se qualcuno finisce in meno tempo vince una melagrana dopo. Una fotografia di Mazzeo.
Andrea Mazzeo, sì? Dobbiamo picchiare?
No,
Ah,
no, perché io li ho visti, ci siamo visti, non lo so, però non
sì,
riesco a...
allora è un ragazzone con la barba e con i capelli e ha una maglietta nera. Ma è il ragazzone proprio calcolante. Very, very good. Maybe follow my career. Well, thank you for coming. When I follow the second part of this session, the presentation is for morphological and social organization of POMEGRANATE from two European professors.
Good afternoon. I have a lot of things to say, a lot of pictures to show, a lot of work to do. Please follow me. First, we are four people, myself, from Verona, North Italy, Luke, Maria Navarro, and Julian Bartoal, the Spanish team from Elche. Why we are here? Because in 2013, I was in China at the symposium like today, and then 2017 in Elche. So I didn't know nothing about pomegranate at the time, but meeting people like Germain, Chatter, Laurent Holland, etc., I collected many varieties. I visited Azerbaijan, states, and so on. And with Julian, we exchanged a lot of plant material. He has his own collection, 300 varieties. I built my own collection, 200 varieties in central Italy. So after 10 years of work, observation, we decided to put together all the data about the common variety, 95 varieties. Then, this is the collection in Italy, 2 trees for each variety. Just to give you the angle. Okay. This is in Elche. So, for you know, Elche is in Spain, around here near Alicante. Central Italy is near Rome. We are down here in Apulia region. So this is the orchard in Elche, more natural trained. These are the some of the 95 varieties we have. Okay, this is a comparison about the climate of the two sites. So Elche is less precipitation and more high temperature, roughly. I go quickly. Okay. What about the varieties? From all over the world. I mean, Spanish, Italian, but Azerbaijan, and so on. No? This is a fruit show I made in near Rome some years ago. Just here we can see the morphological biodiversity colors and we have in this collection. This is another. This is the final table. We about what? About the data. So harvest, we have very early, very late. Skin color, red, pink, and so on. Fruit weight, little, medium, big. Arid weight, arid color, seed hardness, which is most important to my personal opinion. Acidity, sugars, and taste. This is a little bit subjective, but every year we do the taste in Italy, in Spain, so at the end, the result is quite good enough to our opinion. So, okay, these show the variability about areas and color and size, just to introduce the subject. It's 95 varieties from Israel, Iran, Azerbaijan, and so on. Okay, there's the statistic about the types. We have the five, the size, from very little to very big. The skin, green or yellow, cream, pink, dark red, acidity, hardness of the seed, arid color, and arid size. These are the average of the all 95 varieties present in Elche, Julian, Batois, and in Central Italy, my work. These are an example of the work we have done. No, just picking the fruits. When pick the fruits? Or one variety that you don't know. So you have to pick many times. The year after, maybe you change the time. No. One year you have frost, another year no. So it's not consistent if you have many years of observation. This is another fruit show about the variety of the collection. These are all sometimes the cream color of the skin. This is another table. It is like the same variety, but all different variety, very similar for skin color and size, but different for many other aspects, of course. Going deeply through, this is the famous echo from Israel, Afghansky, probably from Afghanistan. Deeply Cavallo is not a variety, it's a population variety. So we have soft, hard, pink, black, so G2 is a Gapsi from North Africa. Syrenemi is late frutil. Okay, harvest. I try to summarize. Harvest day, we have a big difference between the very early, medium, and the late. Fruit weight, the same. We have a few very big, like the Gapsi, and many very small, like Akutaka, Montenegro, and so on. Skin color, we have 5 categories, and then we classify same from cream to dark red. Arid weight. Arid weight is not correlated with the fruit size, or maybe other correlation is difficult. Arid colors is not correlated with skin colors, not always. I go slowly because I have only 3 minutes left. seed hardness. Three varieties are really soft, or you can try to call them seedless, like Moya de Elche, Varesiana, and then many are, we have the percentage here, medium soft, or medium hard, or very hard. To my opinion, wonderful, which is a fantastic variety, is medium hard seed. So I don't like for this aspect. So we need wonderful software, to my opinion. And there are some solar solids, quite between 17 to the 16, 17. Acidity, very big range. Very sweet, not always are without acidity. Moya is sweet because low acidity, but other are more equilibrated relationship. Conclusion. So the two collections show a really good wide range of variability for all these aspects we talk about. There's a potential of some of them to be selected for pre-commercial or commercial trial tests. And to our opinion, sometimes we have different opinion, but we focus define this Futil, Miatazzi, Sogdiana, Sombarski, Sinevi can have a very great potential. And let me show, I have 1 minute here left. The Futil, for instance, no, this is Miatazzi. They are early than picking early than wonderful between Arco and wonderful. This is Sogdiana. This is Sambaski. All red, because red is compulsory to have red, seems to be the market. And then Sirenevi, very late, maybe later than wonderful sometimes, some year. Maybe the size is not so much good, but taste is excellent taste. Better than wonderful, which is the parameter. Thank you for your attention. This is my mail address, and they finished the time. Eventually, after this experience, I wrote a book on Italian growers. This is my book, if you can ask me about. Thank you very much.
Well, I think there's some very practical explanation, and I think there are a lot of questions.
John.
Do you see much variation in terms of fruit cracking or fruit splitting among your almost 100 cultivars?
No, this is a big problem because we have a lot of cases of splitting or cracking, but the difficulty is to compare the results. This is very difficult. We don't know if it is genetic or the climate or the year climate. So we decided do not. We have other data. He has his own more data. I have some other observation, but we focus the data that we can compare. Also, sunburn. The sunburn. It is another difficult point to specify, to my opinion.
Do you have some information about the portrait line?
We have every data on post-harvest, right?
Thinking to travel on sea?
I have no experimental data. Me.
In general, can they varieties and more
good storage than early varieties.
Early
varieties, no, worse.
Yeah, of course.
And late varieties, better storage.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for the presentation. To imagine this trial took place in Italy, right? The variety trial took place in Italy.
In Italy, the variety trial was in Italy?
Yes,
Your farm.
okay, the trial was in central Italy, south of Rome. Italy, south of Rome.
Okay.
50 kilometers south of Rome.
From commercial side, what we have seen historically is that Italy gets better color external compared, for example, to South Africa, even if it's the same variety. So how confident we feel that this new variety that looks very promising can have the same color as those countries?
Different color. There's another. Each data is complicated, much more than you can think if you don't work on this topic. In fact, we discussed many times about the colors, which at the beginning we have some pink to me is red, so and vice versa. I mean, so it's, to find the I mean,
no, but I'm thinking that tomorrow some of those varieties will go commercially, and there will be people that they will send back variety based on the data of Italy. And they will promise to grow like 6% and extend a good color. That is probably not the same because it's American Africa, meaning South Africa.
okay, you are from South Africa. You are from South Africa. Anyway, the variety we show, we consider the best promising. They have good performance in both in Elche and in south of Rome. But also the same variety year by year may change from full red or just dark red or red, clear red or bright red. That's it.
The coloring as a people understanding really related to environment. So it's understand that this color in Iran, because that doesn't mean you can get the same color in South Africa. So the best idea would be to study the sport chart, probably on 10, 20 degrees, to see how it performs, and then from there you can go into the heat treatment. Because it's really big depend of the environment, the color environment. It can change. Doesn't mean they are both dividing on the color, you can get the same color in South Africa.
Question. Did you notice about diseases, for example, about the last varieties you showed one? Because we noticed in our trial, some of them, like the Niatazi, very susceptible to fruit fly. So it's a good variety, but we had a lot of problems with the pests. What about the other varieties? Did you find some more resistant to pest and fungal disease? Or you didn't check about it?
Some years, some variety, or also the best variety, has problem with botrytis mostly. This I noted this.
In the pomegranate, you see that it's not the same temperature, the same precipitation. It's very different classification because the climate is different. It's not the same. Under Mediterranean climate, but it's not the same. So maybe if they arrive maybe 400 millimeters per year, and in the say 250. So
we didn't
not
find
the same.
We didn't find the perfect variety, not yet. No. For sure.
Perfection is not of this world.
Not yet.
Thank you. Well finished. Yeah. Next presentation, in vitro biotechnology for propagation and conservation of minor Mediterranean food species, current status and future perspectives. White Olaf from Florence, Italy. I think it's Italian Research Council.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is White Olaf. I am here to present you and to share you our presentation. Me and my colleagues from the Institute of Bioeconomy National Research Council in Florence, Italy. My colleagues Raffaella Petruccelli and Carla Pinelli. In the next few slides, I'm going to present you the potential of minor fruits, the current status of the in vitro propagation, in vitro conservation, which challenge they are, and which are the future perspectives. Okay, it's well known that the Mediterranean basin is the most rich area in the world in plant biodiversity with a high number of endangered species. Among these species, we have the minor fruit species, or what is called so far the underutilized fruits, which are, these species have been deeply rooted in local communities due to their nutritional value, and they are traditionally used in the medicine, and currently they are introduced in the scientific research because of their high content of the bioactive compounds with the pharmacological activities. Beyond their therapeutic properties, these species, they are beneficial for the agroecological system because they are tolerant for the climate change. Additionally, some of these species require minimal inputs. That means they need low agrochemicals in terms of pesticide and fertilizer. So that gives them the opportunity to be more suitable for the organic agricultural practice. In this way, they are not support the sustainable agriculture, but give the opportunity for the farmers to obtain the opportunity to get benefit from the growing food market of the organic agriculture. Although of their nutritional value and their market value, these species are cultivated or consumed on limited scale, and often they are less available, underutilized, and they are specific for some regions. They are not known in the other regions of the world. Due to the fact the lack of scientific research, conservation efforts, and the consumer awareness. Therefore, this species, there is a need to propagate and to conserve this species following some techniques. In fact, we can follow the in vitro biotechnology, which includes the in vitro propagation, slow growth storage, and the cryopreservation. In this way, there is a possibility to enable the rapid and large scale propagation. We have the possibility to achieve sustainable agricultural production and enhance the food security. We will start with the first technique, which is called the in vitro propagation, or in other words, micropropagation, which is the process of obtaining entire plants from small species of the plant tissue on an artificial medium in an aesthetic environment under controlled conditions in terms of temperature and light. And with this technique, there is the possibility to have mass production of high quality of plants, identical and disease-free plants in small species in short time around the year, regardless of the season. This technique is important and is effective for some species. They are difficult to be propagated using the traditional methods, with low seed availability, slow growth, or poor capacity of rooting. Let's start with one of the minor fruit species, with is Cratigos aronia. Most of the study underline the importance of the cultural medium selection and the cytokinin for the shoot development and growth. Actually, it was found that both medium, quarrel and liver, NES and red medium, in combination with the BAP, which is benzyl aminopurine, had the positive effect to increase the multiplication rate, in other words, to obtain more shoot numbers in a short time, while using other cytokinin like CTLA-4, it has a negative effect because of the formation of the callus and the rosette shoots. For the rooting, it was found that using endonucleic acid, it was the most effective option to increase the rooting capacity of the micropropagated shoots. The second species that we are going to talk about is mulberry species. Actually, several studies focused on the importance of the various stages of the micropropagation of this important species. We will start to talk about the Morus alpha. For the establishment and multiplication of this species, it was optimized the sterilization protocol using with the low concentration of mercuric chloride for a longer time. During the multiplication phase, it was found that using moroccioscope medium with a high concentration of vapor, it was the most effective to have 100% of multiplication rate. For the rooting, it was used the moroccioscope medium with linoleic acid, but it was found that in reducing the concentration of MS to have strength with the presence of EBA, regardless of the concentration, it was enough to obtain 100% of the rooting percentage. And the micropropagated and rooted shoots were successfully acclimatized in ex vitro. For the Morus nigra, which is difficult to be propagated clonally, different culture media and cytokinin were tested. Actually, the sterilization, it was successful for this species with other, we can say more safe substance with sodium hypochlorite, with different concentration for 15 or 20 minutes. After that, the explants were growing on medium, it's called driver body plant medium, with the combination of BAP and EBA. Also, it was found in another study that the use of moroccioscope can be successful for the multiplication of this important species, but it was surprised that the use of cytokinin, which is the diazone, in combination with the gibberellic acid, has a positive effect to improve the development and the growth of the shoots. For the rooting, it was used moroccioscope medium with linoleic acid and kinetin, and also it was found that also the rooting can be successful using the NES and red medium with the EBA. For the Obinita, the micropropagation of Obinita, actually the most used medium, it was a moroccioscope, including the salt and vitamins. Most of the study underlined the importance of salt formulation, and it was found that commercial potassium nitrate based fertilizer works very well as the standard MS salt to improve the growth of the shoot in vitro culture. Alternative media, it was N2 of Phillips and Collins, which contains more magnesium and calcium content, led to higher shoot proliferation. Besides the salt formulation, it was found that the plant growth regulators, some of them, they are very important and fundamental for the axillary part activation and shoot proliferation. For example, the BAP or kinetin was efficient and it was important for the multiplication of Ficus indica, while for the other species it was important to combine the BAP with low concentration of EBA, linoleic acetic acid, and acetic acid. For the rooting, actually we have different scenarios here. The rooting is achieved on moroccioscope medium with the presence of axon or with the presence presence of EVA, cytopyrine as keratin, or sometimes in some cultivars it was possible to obtain the rooting without any addition of the plant growth regulator. For the micropropagation of pomegranate, actually it was used a different type of exoplants. Nodal segments, which contains the bray-forming buds, shootings and axillary buds were also used widely on different media, but the most effective one it was the Morishigoskope full or half strings. It was possible also to note during the multiplication phase the oxidation of phenolic compounds, which led to microbial contamination. In this case, it was possible to overcome this challenge using the activated charcoal. For the successful in vitro culture, the combination between the cytopyrine and auxin at different presence of BAB, keratin, gibberellic acid was more than effective to get better proliferation and irrigation depend on the cultivar. For the rooting, as usual, it was using endobutyric acid, also the presence of endoacetic acid, but it was less effective because of its fast degradation in the presence of the light. In addition to their role in vitro propagation, in vitro biotechnology presents a highly valuable strategy for the medium and long term conservation. Here we have in this context, we have the slow process storage, which is a biotechnological approach for the medium term conservation of in vitro shoot culture. Normal or traditional micropropagation, it's important to make the subculture periodically every 4 weeks. Renew the culture medium, that means we have higher cost of production. While following the slow process storage, we can decrease the subculture frequency from 3 to 36 months. In this way, we have less hand labor, that means at the end we have lower cost of production. Many factors that can affect the slow process storage. One of them is the quality of the material we are going to conserve them, and then we have the temperature for the conservation, which is ranged between 2 to 10 degrees. The presence of or the absence of the light, the nutrients we are adding in the medium, that means the formulation of the medium, and also which type of containers we are using for the conservation. All these factors together can maximize the conservation time. The slow process storage has been assisted effectively for some minor fruit species. For the Moras alba, the conservation, it was possible to conserve the exoplants obtained from apical or axillary buds on reduced light with lower concentration of macro and micronutrients with the presence of high carbohydrate levels and growth retards for 6 months, obtaining at least 76% of survival after the recovery from the 4th degree. A protocol was optimized for many species, including the Caraticus and Monica. It was possible to conserve these explants on half-strings and Morishigoskope medium in the total darkness for 7-12 months, obtaining 99% of the survival. Also, in another study, it was possible to conserve the shoot tips and nodal buds at 4 degrees or Morishigoskope medium in the presence of 2% of mannitol and sucrose per H for 12 months. While in other study, using all the Morishigoskope medium but with higher concentration of sucrose, 70 to 90 grams per liter, with the period of storage, it was reduced to 5-7 months, depending on the cultivars. The third technique is the cryopreservation, which is the conservation of the plant material at ultra low temperature, minus 196 degrees. Actually, this is not an alternative for the traditional long-term conservation in seeds bank and the crop collection. They are just a few protocols for the conservation of the minor food species. One of them is the Craticus azarovus. They start from the conservation of the shoot twigs encapsulated in nutritive endosperm, and they are immersed in the liquid nitrogen, and they obtain the recovery 25%. For the other species, it's also the shoot tips were encapsulated and penetrated with the solution medium with high concentration of saccharose. After that, they black it inside the liquid nitrogen, and the final result regrowth it was 35%. Actually, we can say that the current challenge that not all the species they have standard protocol. So there is a need to standardize the protocol for each species and sometimes among the species for each cultivar. There is a problem in the vitroculture, which is the contamination, because there is a possibility to lose the total vitroculture in case of the contamination inside the containers. The micropropagation or cryopreservation or cryopreservation protocol, they are optimized just for a few fruit species, but for the other, they are still missing. The possibility for the future perspective is the use of scientific seeds technology, and also the use of the temporary emission system that can improve the biomass production. And there is a need for regional collaboration for sustainable use of the genetic resource, especially the treated species. The conclusion, minor Mediterranean fruit species, they are present rich resource. Their potential role in the sustainable agriculture, nutrition, and ecological make them a critical issue for the future food systems. In vitro biotechnology provides a powerful tool for propagation, preservation, and improvement of these species. Also, it's important to increase the research effort and improve all the regional cooperation to optimize the sustainable use of the available current genetic resource. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. We will have time for one question. No question, I have one.
Yes.
What is the difference between this plant and plant you follow, and maybe you are going to found differences between plants or microplants or for other type of propagation?
For the micropropagation, for the conservation, it's possibility to control the period of the conservation. While in the conservation in the open field, for example, when we are conserving the material, the entire plants in the open field, we have the problem of the weather and the climate change. For the seed bank, you have the same problem. And also the critical point in the open field collections is the spread of some diseases. In the same way, we can destroy all the field collections. So it's important to duplicate all the time what we have in the field collection to put it in the vitroculture. In vitroculture for the conservation, just to have copy from the material we have it in the open field. Yeah. Thank you.
Presentation. Fruit and use quality of 20 sessions from user National Program 10 minutes.
Thank you for having me today. I'm going to be talking about 20 different pomegranate sessions. I'm John Chater from the University of Florida. I'm in the citrus breeding program there, but I've been working on pomegranates for quite a long time. I've been working with Claire Heinitz and Giuseppe Lana, who's from Sicily, on some pomegranate questions. So pomegranate has a rich history. Thousands of years, people have been growing pomegranates. You can see even the ancient Egyptians there, and even some famous artwork, and even some Hebrew coins from Israel that they've dug up not too long ago. So we have a very rich history of pomegranates. I was able to visit Rome. I'm going to go back to Rome. I've always been enthralled with ancient Rome, and I found this mosaic during my research as a graduate student, and I read that you need 2 pomegranate trees to make a garden complete, and I thought that was really cool. And you have this really nice mosaic here that they found in archaeology. But going to present day, the U.S. National Germplasm Repository for tree fruit, nut crops, and grapes conserves about 200 pomegranates from several countries, including Italy. The United States collection is not well characterized. The repository was first located in Chico, California, which is rather north, and then it was propagated, expanded, and moved to Winters, California, in Northern California. And now there's discussion during the current administration to move it to Central California, but with land prices, it's going to cost tens of millions of dollars to do that. So right now there's a big discussion and debate whether they're actually going to do that. So the most important pomegranate accession in the United States is Wonderful. That's a late season variety with nearly all production in California. There are early California cultivars such as Granada, Early Foothill, and Foothill. I believe one or more of those are bud sports of Wonderful. But these, believe it or not, are not conserved in the National Germplasm Repository. So we're trying to get them into the collection so that they're conserved for future generations should something happen. And my research program has been characterizing the national collection of pomegranates, first at the University of California and now at the University of Florida, where I'm now assistant professor there in Lake Alfred. So this presentation will cover 20 pomegranate accessions, many of them not characterized before. Here's a list of them here. I won't go through them for the interest of time, but a lot of these have just been sitting there for quite a long time that haven't been evaluated yet. So it's about 11% of the currently available 179 accessions. Some of the accessions are in conservation, but they're not available for research. Fruit traits evaluated: fruit mass, diameter, length, 100 seed mass, total seed mass, edible portion of the fruit, mean number of seeds per fruit, and peel color. And then juice traits include titratable acidity, total soluble solids, ratio, and color. A lot of this data is going to be omitted due to time. So this research represents 2 years of data, including 2023 and 2024. We had about 20 pieces of fruit from each variety sent to the University of Florida, and we selected from those 15 pieces of fruit that were not blemished or damaged in transport across the country. The Germplasm Repository has only 2 trees per accession, like many repositories for fruit crops or tree crops. And so this represents pseudo-replicate data, and a lot of germplasm repositories disseminate data from 2 trees. Every trait was found to have statistically significant differences among the accession using ANOVA and post hoc testing, including Tukey and Bonferroni. When you start getting to 20, 30, 40 pomegranate accessions, or any accessions for that matter, you have to perhaps start doing statistical corrections so you don't get false positives of differences. So here are just some data. This is individual fruit weight over 2 years. I'd like to kind of show you how different these can be between these 2 years for fruit weight. And then if you look at the differences over these 2 years for diameter, there are perhaps some less significant differences there. But another thing I'd like to point out is perhaps this is a result of respiration, where fruit may have been sitting during transport, or the transport might have been warmer over the 2 years, and so there are some discrepancies there in terms of the physical characteristics of the fruit. So you can see that kind of difference there. They're quite similar in this slide, but here you have some major differences here, indicating that there perhaps was some extra respiration in that second year. Additionally, they got rid of most of the walnut production in Northern California around the pomegranate germplasm repository up there. And so what did the squirrels do? They attacked the National Germplasm Repository. So there were a lot less fruit during that second year because we had major tree squirrel pressure. Sad situation there. Anyways, so if you look at the titratable acidity over the 2 years, you can see that there are many similarities there, but you can also have year effects for titratable acidity based on heat and other climatic effects, right? And so when you have a lot of heat, acidity can go down. We're in a world where we have global climate change, right? And this can affect our ability to grow crops with maximum quality. This is titratable acidity over 2 years. You don't have as much of an effect year to year as you do with acidity, which kind of demonstrates how climate can affect titratable acidity for pomegranate. So going into a single year here, we have multiple comparisons for 2023 where the squirrels did not destroy a lot of those fruit. So I just want to focus on 2023 here. And some literature says that titratable acidity is one of the main factors affecting the flavor or the taste of the fruit, right? If you have a lot of acidity, it's more sour or sweet tart. If you have very low acidity, it's often sweeter. And so you can really tell that there are big differences in this set of 20 accessions when it comes to titratable acidity, where you have sweet varieties like Azadi, Eversweet, Lulu, Rosamia, Utah Sweet, very low acidity. You have some more sweet tart varieties here, and then you have something like Chandir or Phoenicia that are quite tart or even sour in some cases because they have a high acidity. And so you perceive this kind of acidic, tangy flavor or taste. And if you were to look at 2023 for titratable acidity, you can see that there are rather large differences among these accessions for sugar, right? Or an indirect measure of sugar with the refractometer. So some of these were getting past 19 bricks or 19 titratable acidity, which is a nice number for a sweet fruit or to kind of get a sweet tart flavor in there. Whereas some were just kind of getting closer to 15 bricks. But I'm very interested in using these ones that have very high very high total soluble solids for breeding purposes to kind of bring this sweetness into the next generation of pomegranates. And I have made pomegranate wine in previous years, and you really want to get as much bricks or as much titrate or total soluble solids as possible, so that you'll get more alcohol. And we all know how important alcohol is in the world, at least in many cultures. So you can see that there are pretty stark differences among these 20 accessions when it comes to total soluble solids. So I'm just going to show some pictures to end here. I'm kind of running out of time. So I'm just going to show a few of these. One of these is Eversweet. So my grandfather was a pomegranate breeder. He maybe had a quarter of an acre that he was working in, but he developed about 10 accessions that are in this germplasm repository. And so one of these is Eversweet, which is a kind of pinkish exterior, pinkish interior, soft-seeded fruit with low acidity. And it's very early in the season, so I've been using this as a breeding parent to try to get better post-harvest shelf life. Parfianca is a little bit earlier than Wonderful by the data that I've been collecting. This is a very good cultivar here. I think it came from Turkmenistan. It came from outside of the United States. I highly recommend evaluating this one. But in trial at UC Riverside, there's an insect that actually goes into the calyx and lays an egg, and then it destroys 98% of the fruit. And right next to Wonderful, no damage. And so there is serious pest resistance in germplasm, where you can grow a pomegranate in a particular location, and the local insects will destroy that pomegranate and make it so that farmer loses all of their money. And then there are pomegranates like Wonderful, where it's untouched by this particular lepidopteran pest, which is a moth-like pest. Here's Phoenicia, another one that was selected by my grandfather. In some locations, it produces very well. On the coast, it doesn't produce very well. I had some folks come from Sicily to look at the coastal Phoenicia there. Had a very nice sweet tart flavor, but the yield is not good at some locations, but other locations it's okay. And then here's Wonderful from the National Germplasm Repository. You can see some external color problems. These were probably selected from inside of the canopy. And then we have a great juice diversity. Look at all those different colors you can get from these pomegranates. And so I'm very much interested in different juice quality traits and colors and flavors and nutritional characteristics like punicolagens and these antioxidants that people are very interested in. And we have one from Palermo here, which is from Sicily. We have one beautiful pomegranate. Giuseppe Lana, when he saw that it came from Palermo as a Sicilian, I think he tried to walk away with one of them. I said, no, Giuseppe, we have to collect the data. But we gave them to him when we had extras, so that was good. But we do have some really good ones. And then Kopit Dog came from, I think Turkmenistan. This is comes from a natural systems where somebody went out and selected from wilderness, and some very interesting characteristics with that one. So take-home message: year-end accession can have effects on fruit and juice quality. More field trials at multiple locations are needed to understand performance of these accessions. And sensory panel evaluations are needed to determine consumer preferences and acceptance. And more studies in bioinformatics are needed to understand the genomic and environmental underpinnings of fruit and juice quality. And soon we'll be releasing the pomegranate wonderful genome so that this can be used for breeding. So thank you so much for your attention. Sorry for going over time a little bit. If there are no time, I understand.
I can spend hours talking to you.
Oh.
Any questions?
Yes.
Are you planning to continue the testing?
Are you planning to continue the testing?
Yes, I plan to get another 20 different accessions this year and follow those for 2 years. I plan on continuing. I'm trying to, some of these will overlap, especially wonderful, because that's the comparator, but I hope to characterize as much of the collection as possible, and we have some of these in trial, and those will be characterized year after year. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for your attention today. How old are the trees? They're of different ages, but most of them are over 10 years old, 10, 15, 20 years old. Most of them are mature, very thick trunk, and well maintained, except for sometimes we have leaf-footed bug that cause damage, and that can cause problems, but most are over 10, 15 years old.
The size of the fruit reduced every year.
The size of the fruit can be reduced every year, that's right.
John, just a question. Did you find some correlations between type of acidity and sugars? Because sometimes in our trials we found some relations between in the wild types of pomegranate. We found some pomegranates higher sugars, but also higher type of acidity.
So when I just put everything together and run a correlation, I don't get this. I don't get a very good correlation. But I bet if I went and selected them out, I bet I could locate some that do share that correlation. But I believe that there are many in germplasm that don't share that correlation. We might have high acid and maybe moderate or lower sugar. Thank you so much.
Any question more?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe now there are virtual presentation, maybe Ferrara. There are maybe some presentation of commercial.
Yes. Now at the end of this scientific session, we have the poster presentation. So I want to invite here Dario Delisi for Gold Company. This is the company that we are going to visit on Wednesday. So they have cultivation of pomegranate and also have processing for juices and also different other products. So please, Dario, you can describe your company.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dario Delisi. I'm the sales manager of Masseria Frutti Rossi. Just a little introduction to our company, which will be, as per the schedule of the symposium, the site that you will visit on Wednesday morning. So you are all invited to see our farm and our trees of pomegranate, of course. Just to give you some numbers. It's not working. Okay, I go with the table. So we have actually 400 hectares of cultivation with 220,000 pomegranate trees with a production in, once all the hectares will be in full production, of 11,000 tons of pomegranate per year. We have also a pack house with a surface of 28,000 square meter, of which 7,500 square meter of cold storage. Actually, considering that our surface is increasing, we are also building a new pack house with new cold storage, make space enough for our production coming from the orchards. Here you can see the pictures showing the pack house. You see on top of the roof the photovoltaic panels for electricity generation. There is a installed power of 750 kilowatt, making us giving us full satisfaction for energy production during daylight, of course. And as you can see, the pomegranate trees are very close to the pack house, so the supply chain is very short. We have a method consisting starting from the cultivation, of course, which we carry out thanks to strict agronomic standards, which guarantee minimum environmental impact. The harvest is made by hand, basically, but we have also several machines helping the people involved to move for the handling of the fruit. So the cut is made by hand, but thanks to this machine, we can improve the yield and the quantity of fruit harvested each day. 0 kilometer processing, because as you saw from the previous picture, the pack house is immersed in the orchards. So there is no long distance that the fruit has to do to reach the pack house and receive the storage and then the delivery then to our clients. Then we have also a method very interesting for the fertilization, because all the product, the foodstuff, the garbage coming from the juice extraction, because we make also juice in our plant, is not disposed as garbage, but we have a earthworm plant that in a natural way they eat this product, this material, and thanks to the digestion, they give us back a compost ready to be used as fertilizer in our orchards. So we have a sustainability of the process in this way, because we this scrap or this garbage, and we save money also because we don't buy fertilizer so much. We reduce a lot the quantity we need to buy for the fertilization. This is completely organic, of course, so no chemicals, is a natural product 100%. This is just a picture of our sorting machine. Fresh fruit, well, in our project, the intention was to extend the availability of Italian pomegranate and prolong the season. So we achieved such a target in two ways. The first one is to, thanks to the early varieties, giving us the possibility to make the first harvest at the end of August or beginning of September. And the early varieties involved are the Chani, Emek. After 10 days about is coming the Apo. And then around middle October, we harvest the wonderful variety. That is the consisting in the 80% of our production, and will stay with us until the end of the season. And the other, possibility we had to extend the season is the conservation, the storage. We have controlled atmosphere cells, and thanks to this technology, we can reach the good conservation of the fruit up to 6 months from the harvest. So technically speaking, we can reach with fresh fruit in good condition the month of March or April, when usually in Europe the European production is not available anymore, starting already from late of December, January maximum, and waiting the import from the other side, like Peru, South Africa, and so on. So, but normally these fruit are arriving in Europe not before than March. So we can cover this gap thanks to this technology. Regarding the environmental, we have also a drip irrigation, very efficient for ensuring pomegranate plants receive the right amount of water. Water is distributed directly to the base, reducing waste and dispersion. This system makes use of tensiometric probes installed in the soil at different depths to monitor the various layers explored by the roots. The extracted data are sent to a control unit and analyzed by software, providing real-time soil moisture, trends, and needs. The result is targeted water management, healthy plants, and quality fruit with a more sustainable and efficient production process. You know how much is important the availability of water. We are in a situation where the availability of water is very strict, so it's absolutely important to manage the availability of water in a perfect way in order to avoid any problem with the agronomic system. So always in terms of sustainability, we have this a real example of circular economy. So as you can see, all the products coming from juice extraction are transported in the warm compost area where we stock this product, and we give it to our vermicomposting plant, and the earthworms, they eat this product, they make digestion and give us back. You can see the compost already, ready to be used and to be reintroduced in the soil during fertilization. This is a picture of our pomegranate trees. This is the wonderful variety. So just to give some point about the benefits of the pomegranate, of course, we in this symposium already many persons pointed out such benefits. You know that pomegranate contains ellagic acid, having function of anti-cancer action, beneficial effects on obesity, reduction of the risk of fetal malformations, contrast of cardiovascular disease. Then, of course, pomegranate is full of anthocyanins and vitamins, punicalagin, and total polyphenols. Many scientific publications are proving such benefit coming from pomegranate consumption, and we can consider the pomegranate really a natural medicine for our body. This is an ORAC table where are the most known fruit, and as you can see, pomegranate is really on the top. So it's really a beautiful fruit, wonderful fruit for our wellness. Well, in our project, of course, there is the possibility to work not only in the market of the fresh fruit, but also for the transformation fruit. I mean, for the juice that we intend to preserve all the nutraceutic and organoleptic characteristic. In fact, we don't use concentrate. We work only from fresh fruit. No, we don't add any water, no flavorings, no preservatives, no colorings, no added sugars. So our product is a real squeeze of pomegranate, 100% pomegranate. We made a test like a joke in our laboratory. You can see the difference between a juice, pomegranate juice made out from concentrate and our juice. If you put the light of your telephone near the glass, you can see the one made with concentrate, you can see the light penetrating the juice. In the other case, no light can penetrate, can go inside the juice because there's no action of clarification or any heavy industrial method to extract the juice. So this is what you can find also at home. If you make a squeeze, you can have the same result. So the method is zero residue fruit coming from the orchards, harvested and squeezed with a few times after harvesting, cold extraction by soft press to preserve the nutraceutical value of the fresh fruit, zero chemistry in the production process, no added colorants, preservatives, or acidity regulators, no added sugars, no added water. This is our range of product for the Horeca channel. This is for the retail channel, so in different sizes. This is the ambient juice, but we have also the cold pressed juice treated with the high pressure machine. This one. So the juice after extraction are bottled and then processed with the high pressure machine. The operation consists in submit the bottles full of juice at a hydrostatic pressure of 6,000 bars for 3 minutes. In this way, all the bacteria inside are destroyed. The product is stable, and we can receive an extension of the shelf life, also up to 60 days in cold storage. So the result is that you have a squeeze, natural, without any treatment of hot temperature, for 60 days, so something really incredible. From pomegranate, we make also areals. We made the same process also with our high pressure machines, and thanks to this process, we can reach a shelf life of 20 days. Normally, this kind of product in the fresh cut market, the shelf life medium is 6-7 days maximum. So you can imagine from 6-7 days up to 20 days is really something, a sort of a revolution. Thanks to this process, of course, we obtain such a shelf life, not thanks to any chemical or preservatives, but only thanks to the high pressure machines and process. This is the machine. So the bottles or the trays are introduced in these baskets, going inside the machines, and once the machine is full, start to generate a pressure up to 6,000 bar, keeping it for 3 minutes. After that, the process is completed and the product go in the cold storage up to 60 days for juice and 20 days for the others. The idea was to make the range of product larger. So our idea was also to have a bitter elixir with the pomegranate juice. So you can find the 20% of juice, of pomegranate juice inside the bottle. We have also a spread. We have also a high density dressing with Modena balsamic vinegar together with the pomegranate juice. So this is a matter for shelf, of course. This is also something used in particular in the east of in the Far East in particular, the drinking vinegar. So with pomegranate in Italy in particular, nobody had this idea. The name is Euphoria. So you can drink just a little bit before go sleeping, because it seems that there are some benefit for the stomach. And it's also very, very sweet and very interesting to drink. You can also drink together with water to make a drink. At the end, we have, of course, all these certifications. We have the Global GAP, the BRC, IFS Food, Vegan, OK, and SEDEX pillar, so the ethical certification as well. So many thanks for your attention, and you are invited all to visit our farm on Wednesday morning. Thanks.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I just was wondering about the brand name of your concentrated juice. Anyway, if there are questions? No question, maybe later during the cocktail party. So I am going to invite our next sponsor. The next sponsor is Olere.
Mi sa che se l'è fregato tutti. Se l'è fregato tutti con la
E come va davanti? Col pulsante? Ah, su e giù, ok. I am Leonardo Tizzi, and with Carmela Riccardi, we represent the Olere Agricultural Company, which has wanted since to enhance carob trees since 2015, and to develop carob-based products in Puglia. Great thanks to Professor Giuseppe Ferrara to give us this opportunity. Ma com'è che non mi va avanti?
Perché devi vedere
ah, ok, allora indietro. Posso girare io?
Sempre verso il computer.
Okay. Even bacteria can devour our rural and agricultural landscape. Xylella fastidiosa is a bacterium and poses a major challenge for everyone. Agricultural landscapes and the countryside can fall into disrepair, remain uncultivated, and fall prey to looting and fires caused by uncontrolled bacteria and germs that destroy them. Science and the European directives of the Phytosanitary Observatory are faced with a situation that has never occurred before. The Xylella fastidiosa bacterium is devouring the oldest historical rural landscape in the world, the plain of monumental olive trees. The carob tree could be one of the solutions for the productive reforestation of our agricultural landscape. This is one of the oldest we have. Ok, andiamo avanti su questo. The Cisida project is just the start of an interesting project aimed at valorization of Puglia biodiversity in the relation to carob. The scientific and technical research carried out by the partners in the project, led by Azienda Agricola Orere, has created an important starting point in the creation of value based on carob. The study of these ancient plants has laid the foundation for the creation of a local Puglia production system that will make it possible to provide agricultural with a new source of income. Okay. The Cecilia project also offers important ideas and tools for the regeneration of agricultural landscapes in Puglia during the time of Xylella and in years of great climate changes. This includes the creation of a digital system to carry out a census of the carob on the farm involved, the study and optimization of agricultural practice on existing trees, the study of new plantation, and the urgent need to create a production system providing a large number of trees already grafted and certificated, which does not yet exist. Our carob nectar is one of the results of the Cecilia project. Carob is a superfruit. It contains high levels of fundamental micronutrients, polyphenols, copper, zinc, vitamins, fibers, prebiotics. Many products that are highly appreciated by the market can be obtained from the carob pulp. We work only on pulp, such as nutraceutical products, for example, our concentrated amel extract, carob pulp flour, which in turn is used to make savory products, bread, pasta, taralli, friselle, or sweet products, chocolates, snacks, spreads, biscuits, panettone, or alcoholic beverage, beer, amaro, grappa. Those are some of our products. The amele, the concentrated extract, we do it with an ultrasound system. Flour of amele variety, pasta with 10% of carob flour, the flour, panettone and chocolate with 55% of carob flour, pasta, bread is incredible the bread with Caro, ice creams, and spalmabile with almonds, carob flour, and olive oil. No sugar, no cacao. Beer, and taralli, and so on. Finally, a special thanks to the first degree thesis on variety characterization and cultivation techniques of the carob tree in Puglia, conducted at our company in our fields. We would like to thank the author, Dr. Fabio Bogliano, the speaker, Professor Salvatore Camposeo, and Dr. Francesco Maldera, that it's like a friend of us because he follows us in all the aspects. And all the University of Bari and over that have begun to work with the Ameli variety from Puglia, which is we use to make the products you see outside of here. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Questions about these new products? Maybe we can take some of them. And now the last sponsor for today, Fruit Control.
Good evening. My name is Eugenio. We are an Italian company based in Milano, Italy. So we manufacture, for 70 years, we manufacture controlled atmosphere equipment, and we design technologies for best fresh fruits, vegetables, and berries preservation with no chemicals. So here you can see an example of an existing food storage called storage for pomegranate. It was built in Italy, and we made a test last year, 2 years ago. So in a warehouse in the south of Italy, here you can see some examples of our equipment. We do an installation of controlled atmosphere and ethylene reduction. So it was 2 cells dedicated to ripening and astringency removal for pomegranates and for persimmon. Sorry. Controlled atmosphere storage test was conducted in 2 cells of 700 cubic meters each, where 130 tons of wonderful variety were stored per cell. Thanks to modern controlled atmosphere system built by our company, we were able to easily maintain constant and precise CO2 level, oxygen level, and ethylene level throughout the storage period. So the cells were closed in controlled atmosphere at the end of October of 2023. And here you can see some pictures of incoming product in the cell. And in January, so 3 months later, in January, the cells was opened, and the product was like in these pics. So at the end of its storage period, the product's quality was still very high. It is therefore possible to further extend its shelf life in controlled atmosphere. All of this without using any chemicals, just controlling oxygen, CO2 and ethylene level. Our company has 70 years of experience. We work in Italy, we work abroad in many countries, and not just with pomegranate. We work with any fruits, vegetables and berries. Who is interested, please contact me. I'm here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Question, please. Thank you to all of you for attending this first day of the symposium. And now I think we can get some relax downstairs at the welcome cocktail. Can you hear me, Ferdinando? I see you moving your ear. Okay. Thank you to all of you. See you downstairs. Wait.
All right, please be reminded, tomorrow we'll be deciding on who will be hosting tomorrow the next symposium. So if you are interested, please get back to reach out to me if you're interested in hosting the next symposium, please. Thank you.